the agenda. We will ask for public comment on that item. Oh, and Sarah's going to help with that. Thank you.
Mayor Beer, I don't see any hands raised at this time for public comment on the closed session item.
Okay, then we'll close this and go into closed session.
See you on the other side.
Recording stopped.
Hi, Tiger. They just called to order. There were no public comments and they jumped over to the closed session. So you can hop onto the other link.
Thank you.
Hi, Sue.
Are they in the other meeting?
They did. They called it to order. There were no public comments and they hopped over to the closed session.
I'm just going to be eating some dinner and I'll be on my camera off.
Okay, I'll just wait for Sue Beckmeyer for a minute.
Tiger, I saw you on TV yesterday.
Was I dancing?
You were.
We have a quorum, so maybe we should go ahead and get started.
Recording in progress.
All right.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. And welcome again to our special regular meeting of September 26, 2022 for the City of Pacifica Council. We are now at our open study session. We have a study session regarding the 2022 Storm Drainage Master Plan. And we're going to have Lisa Peterson and Lawrence Henegris. Oh, I'm sorry. I said your name.
Oh, it's okay, Mayor.
Can you say it for me?
Henriquez.
Thank you. Will be with us tonight to give us a report and engage us in conversation.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Lawrence Henriquez, Associate Civil Engineer with Public Works. During this evening's presentation, we will be providing a July 11th study session recap, which will include follow-up items based on Council's input. We will also be covering existing and future design storm capacity analysis, preliminary capital improvement cost estimates, funding options, next steps, and we will conclude with a Q&A session. And we have tonight with us Carollo. They are the city's consultant working on the master plan. And representing Carollo are Paul Friedlander, I don't know if he's on here yet, principal engineer, and Ryan Orgill, associate vice president. And I will now pass it on to Ryan for the start of the presentation.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm having audio trouble here.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
So bear with me for just 1 minute.
We definitely can hear you. Maybe
This worked perfectly the last time, and I don't know what the issue is. Shoot. Might have to have Paul give this presentation.
Maybe you could log off and then log back in.
Yeah, Ryan, are you having trouble hearing us?
Yeah, he can't hear us.
Maybe somebody should text him to let him know we can hear him fine. It's just that he won't be able to hear questions. So
I will do that. Thank you.
No, I think I got it working now. Sorry about that.
Very good.
I was ready to jump in, Ryan.
I was going to make it interesting for you. So sorry about that. And thanks, everybody. It sounds like we've already gone through introductions and everything. So Lawrence, if you're okay, I'll just jump right in.
Oh, please go ahead, Ryan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So thanks again, everybody, for having us. We talked about a month and a half ago, I think, during our last study session. So this is an update to that, and we have some more interesting things to share this time, including costs, which is going to be a big part of our project. So I look forward to having that discussion with you all today. Next slide, please. So just going through a real quick agenda, we did have some items to talk about related to the July 11th study session, and some follow-up items that we said that we would go back and do our homework on and update you on today. So we'll be doing that. The main meat of the presentation, however, is focused on our design storm capacity analysis, as well as the preliminary CIP projects that came out of that work, as well as the CIP cost estimates. We also have a few slides in here with some thoughts on how the city could potentially fund these projects. So a couple things to talk about there, and then next steps. Next slide, please. So to recap the July 11th study session, the goal of this project is to help the city embark on building off of the 2012 Storm Drain Master Plan to address several key objectives. So the first thing we wanted to do was develop an updated hydrologic model of the system, and really to use that updated tool to help plan out the future capacity projects that need to be implemented by the city. So that would include looking at future growth projections developed by the planning department and the general plan, understanding how climate change might have an impact on the storm drain system moving forward into the future. And then, like I said, to develop this prioritized capital improvement plan and to identify the potential ways that the city could actually fund those projects. Next slide, please. So during that council presentation, we summarized several key project elements. So we went through the flow monitoring program that we developed as part of the plan, how we took that data and implemented it into the hydraulic model, as well as the extensive public outreach that was performed by city staff in support of this project. Next slide, please. We looked at some of the design criteria that we're using to analyze the system against. That includes the design storm, which was one of the questions that was raised. We talked about our climate change analysis and what the findings of that were, as well as the preliminary existing system evaluation that we had performed to date in July. Next slide, please.
Brian, if I could just add in, please feel free to ask any questions, make any comments anytime throughout our presentation.
Absolutely. So at the July workshop, council did provide valuable feedback that we took note of. So the first question was to document the 100-year design storm as part of this master plan. So we want to discuss that. There was a question regarding low impact development concepts and some examples of how they have been used in the city or could be used. So we want to discuss that as well. There was also this question about how infiltration and inflow into the collection system and the city's wastewater treatment plant may impact things, and how I&I reduction is potentially beneficial for the city. So we wanted to discuss that here as well. Next slide, please. So the 100-year design storm volumes will be documented in the master plan for reference. So the first two columns here, the 10-year and the 50-year, are what we presented last time. The third column on the right is how the 100-year design storm volume would differ. So in the one that we look at for our planning work is this 24-hour volume. So when you're moving up from a 50-year volume at 5.3 inches, if you extrapolate that out to a 100-year volume, it goes up to 6 inches in a 24-hour period.
Councilmember O'Neill, did you have a question?
I wanted to ask, did he want questions as we go along, or does he want them at the end?
Yeah, you can feel free to chime in.
Okay.
Sure.
So you have here 6 inches for a 100-year volume. Is that industry standard? Is that federal government? Where do those numbers come from?
So that information is published by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They have a tool on their website called NOAA Atlas 14. So basically the way that tool works, and it was recently updated, is you go anywhere in the United States and you click on a particular location, it will tell you what these design storm volumes are. So it is a standard approach to estimating those volumes, and it's published data that's available from the government.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just was curious, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Next slide, please. So any other questions on the design storm? I know there was a question related to sizing the system to the 100-year event, and we did provide an answer to that question. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that further at this time, or we can wait till the end.
I don't see any questions right now.
Okay. So moving on from the first question, so the second one was about low impact development practices. So the city does require low impact development practices for new development. We have a couple of examples that Ray was kind enough to share with me of areas where you guys have done this already. So one example is the bioretention facility, which is shown on the left there at Cabrillo School. They're also planning on implementing a similar solution at the new Civic Center project, which is the conceptual plan there shown on the right. So those are a couple examples of what you've been doing in the past. Next slide, please. Some other options or different ways of achieving low impact development practices could include things like rooftop gardens. Those aren't super common, but that is a way of reducing the amount of runoff into the storm drain system. Big one is on-site retention or detention, which would basically be building storage underneath the parking lot, that kind of thing. That's shown on the upper right there. Another big one that we see quite a bit is permeable pavement. So that basically infiltrates down into a pipe, and is able to infiltrate this into the soil rather than going into the storm drain. And another less common one would be you could have rainwater harvesting coming directly from roof drainage into a tank that's stored on site. So those are just some options of how other municipalities are implementing this type of solution for stormwater. Next slide, please. Okay, so the third question was on the wastewater treatment plan and the significant amount of I&I that is being measured there during large storm events. So reducing I&I into the wastewater treatment plant will provide a significant benefit to the system, to the collection system, specifically into the treatment plant in terms of O&M costs and just good stewardship of your system. The tricky part is it's not really possible at this juncture to accurately quantify the impact of improving the sewer system and removing that I&I on the storm drain system itself. So some of those variables that we don't know right now are, number one, what type of mitigation program that you're going to be doing. So there are different ways of rehabilitating a sewer system, whether it's, you do the mains and manholes only, you do the mains only, not the manholes, or you go all the way to the lateral level. The other unknown is the actual effectiveness of the I&I reduction program. So you could go through and line the entire system and still get I&I coming into your system. And those types of variables we just don't know at this stage. So the bottom line here is that it will provide a benefit, but we need to do more detailed analysis as part of future planning studies to understand what that level of effectiveness of I&I reduction might be, and how that may or may not impact the storm drain system. Next slide, please. So moving on into the existing system analysis. So Carollo analyzed the 10-year and 50-year design storm events. Those are 24-hour volumes. We analyzed for both existing and future year. So the future system analysis included climate change, which, as we discussed at our previous workshop, leads to a 26% increase in the 24-hour volume for the 10-year event, as well as a 21% increase for the 50-year event.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question?
I do. The last chart you showed that displayed the 100-year volume, then that was for existing, not with climate change?
Correct. Yeah, that was NOAA published data. And then this includes those same line items, but with the increase that we're expecting associated with climate change.
Right, but I'm not seeing the 100-year with climate change. Do we have that data?
We do. Yeah, the point of this slide is what we actually analyze the system against, but we will include that in the report. It'll be roughly 20% higher than that 6 number that we had documented in the previous slide.
I'm sorry, how much higher?
About 20%, roughly.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because I think it's important to see that data. It's important for the community to see that data. I appreciate the analysis that at the end of the day, it'll be cost prohibitive to plan to a 100-year event or 1% event. I prefer the 1% nomenclature. But we should have the data in front of us that we can have that conversation to the degree that we want to. And I would really appreciate seeing that data here. Thank you.
Absolutely. We can do that. Okay, next slide, please. So the first slide talked about the criteria that we use to develop the design storms. Another piece of the criteria that we use to analyze the system is allowable flood depth. So there's different criteria for the storms that we're looking at. For the 10-year event, we allow the maximum HTL, which is the hydraulic grade line, which basically means level of water in the system, to encroach within 1/2 foot of the inlet grates and 1 foot below manhole covers. Under the 50-year event, it's industry standard to allow flooding and utilize the storage within the streets up to curb height. So in this case, it's 7 inches in the street. So those are the 2 criteria that we use to analyze the system. Next slide, please. So then we took that information and ran the hydraulic model with the existing 10-year, 24-hour event and identified areas of model simulated flooding, and as well as areas that exceeded the maximum allowable freeboard, depending on the condition we were looking at. And it flagged a lot of the known issues that were happening in the system. So Lower Lindemar is an example, Edgemar, some of those other areas. Next slide, please. We did a similar type of analysis for the 50-year event, again, with climate change. So we also ran that with climate change for the future system condition and noted that there were not any additional deficiencies noted in the system beyond what we had already identified for that future condition. Next slide, please. So the next step after conducting the capacity analysis was to develop improvement alternatives or improvements for each one of the areas where we had model simulated flooding. So I'm going to go through these fairly quickly in the interest of time, but if there's questions on any one of them, just feel free to stop me. So one of the highest priority projects is the Monterey Road issue. So we came up with two different alternative concepts for that. This slide was meant to be a build, but so the line in red is the main alternative, or one of the alternatives, which is to build a new storm drain main within Monterey Road itself, and then to redirect some of the upstream storm drains to that new line and mitigate those issues that have been seen out in the field. Another option that we looked at was utilizing Big Inch Creek and basically burying a storm drain line within Big Inch Creek and making it a smaller creek. So there was initially some thoughts that might have a negative environmental impact, but I think those were sort of mitigated. We're not in the master plan level. We don't feel the need to recommend one alternative versus the other. We're costing out the more, they're expected to be roughly similar in cost. So we're going to include costs for one alternative over the other, and then have some verbiage in the master plan that says during the preliminary design phase, you would look at both of these alternatives and figure out which one is the most feasible to select moving forward when you're actually ready to design and build the project. Next slide, please. So the next big project is Lower Lindemar. This is a project that has been identified in the last round of master plan work, and the improvement concept is similar to what we had proposed last time. So the concept here is to build a new relief main on Lindemar to scalp off some flow and redirect it around capacity limited pipes. So that would mitigate that issue. There's also the need to construct new storm drain inlets. Those are shown in the red dots or the red boxes there that will help some localized flooding that's happening on Anza. Next slide, please. Another ongoing issue that has been happening in the city is this Sharp Park area. So this is an area where there is a detention basin that is owned and operated by SFPUC, and the city does not have access to it to do maintenance. And so that has led to, in the past, the city has to man a portable pump at that location to help mitigate flooding in most rain events that happen. It's an O&M problem that could be solved by implementing a new project. So our recommendation is to construct a new pump station, a permanent pump station, as well as a force main and outfall in order to convey that water more effectively out to the ocean and eliminate staff having to be out there every time that it rains, manning that pump station.
I think we have a question, Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, we had a resident state that they had spoken to wastewater employees, and that the reason the Lower Lindemar floods is because the pipe going from the Lindemar pipe station to Calera Creek is not big enough. Is that true?
So the pipe associated with the pump station, what we found in our work is that the actual storm drains in the ground are undersized, and that's what's leading to the flooding.
And so it's not true then that it's the pipe from Lindemar pump station to Calera Creek. That's the correct size. It's the actual mains under the streets that are messed up. And I would ask then, why was that not corrected when we did the equalization basin and those streets were all torn up?
I think Lisa popped up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, for that question. I did want to note that when the resident brought up that question, there was some confusion that was going on related to the storm drain system and related to the sewer system. So it's actually the sewer system that goes from Lindemar over the hill to the Clara Creek. The storm drain system does not do that. Of course, it's going out either at Lindemar or it's going out at Anza. So ultimately, increasing the size of the sewer pipe going over the hill to Clara Creek is not going to impact our storm drain system. So I think there might have been some confusion about that.
It looks like Raymond also has his hand up.
Yes, that was correct. I just wanted to make, Director Peterson answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the resident was inaccurate in his statements then. Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Next slide, please. So another project that we had identified, this is also a carryover from the previous master plan, is there were a model indicated flooding happening in Edgemar, and it's been noted by city staff as well. So we developed a concept to extend storm drain service out into the area shown in pink there, as well as to upsize an undersized storm drain main in red. So that's the improvement concept there. Next slide, please. We had also developed some improvements to mitigate the issue at Rockaway Beach Avenue. So the concept there would be to construct a new storm drain line that would take the nuisance water or the water from the natural spring and convey it down to the creek and mitigate that issue. Next slide, please. A few other areas that were flagged by the, sorry.
Tiger, go ahead.
Thank you. Just if you could go back one slide to the Rockaway area. So I had been confused when reading the staff report. Not that it was inaccurate, just the spring wasn't called out specifically. And so I wasn't sure if that was accounted for along with the rest. So if in future reports you could address the spring specifically, because in my mind, that's a major point of concern, presumably not the only one. It's a small thing. Yeah. It's helpful when reading the thing.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Thank you.
It's helpful for our community to know too that we're addressing it. So I appreciate that, Tiger.
Yep. Yeah, that is the main driver for that project. So we will definitely note that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Hi, I had a similar question, but it goes back to the area on Anza. It's also in Lower Lindemar, but it's on the other side of Lindemar Boulevard. And I wanted to know if you're going to address that, or if you could address it, if we can go back to that, or we could go to it when you finish this section.
Yeah, we can go back. Can you go back a few slides, please? One more. There we go. Yeah, so the flooding on Anza, it's not really a pipe issue. Those pipes in the ground are fine. The issue there on Anza is that the actual inlets themselves are undersized. Mm-hmm. And so this project would include replacing those inlets with larger inlets that would mitigate that flooding issue.
And I don't see it reflected on this particular slide, but the area of concern is over on the other side of Lindemar Boulevard, on the other side of the red line, where you're proposing the new pipeline.
The flooding that's happening near the shopping center.
Yeah, on Montezuma and DeSolo. I don't see it. So I'm wondering if that means the modeling didn't consider that to be a problem.
No, that is where the flooding showed up in the model. Our solution to the problem is basically to scalp flow off of upstream of that area and redirect it around. So if you look at the map here, And you look sort of on the east side of it, there's a black dot there where there's an interconnection between a 36-inch main pipe, which is an existing storm drain. So essentially what's happening there is all that flow is right now is making its way all the way down to Isolo and Montezuma, and that's where it's flooding.
I see.
This main is meant to bypass that around the restriction.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, I think we're good to go now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we go forward? Yeah, we go to Madeira. Yeah, so the model did flag some other areas that historically have not been a problem or noted by city staff. So these are some lower priority projects. One of them is a one length of pipe near Madeira Drive. So that would be just a recommendation to upsize the existing main to a 30-inch. Next slide, please. We did identify the need for storm drains on Lauren Avenue. So there's currently not any storm drain infrastructure on that road. And there's no swales or any other means of adequately conveying runoff within that road. So one of the recommendations is it's a lower priority project, but if you are doing work on Lauren Avenue, consider adding a storm drain line on that road while you're at it, or eventually extending service out on that road. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have these bucket of projects, and the next step was to categorize them into different improvement priorities. So we've developed 3 different categories. So category 1 would be projects to mitigate the most severe flooding under the 10 and 50-year design storms. Unfortunately for the city, those are the most significant projects, but they include Lower Lindemar, the Monterey Road project, and Sharp Park. Category 2 improvements would be projects to address drainage issues that are there but are less severe than category 1, and that would include the project on Edgemar. Category 3 would be projects to address model simulated flooding that have not historically been observed, as well as to mitigate lower or issues that won't result in severe flooding. So an example of that would be the Rockaway Beach Avenue project, and projects to extend storm drain infrastructure to unserved areas. So that would be Rockaway Beach, Madeira Drive, and Warren Avenue. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've identified the projects, and then the next step was to develop planning level cost estimates for those projects. As part of this project, Carollo contracted with Fryer and Loretta. They're a firm out of San Francisco that has done work with the city in the past and is very familiar with how much things are costing out there right now. So we put them on the team to develop the CIP cost for these. And what we define for a master plan is the costs are considered to be class 4 estimates, which basically has an expected accuracy range of -30 to +50%. So planning level costs. Next slide, please. So when we actually put cost to each of those projects, the category 1 projects, like I said, are the most expensive. We have Lower Lindemar at 5.2 million. Monterey Road would come in at 6.9 million. Sharp Park would be 6 million. And those are all within category 1. Category 2 would be a $5 million project. And then the category 3 projects are a little over 2 million combined. So to summarize that on the next slide, we have a total of $18 million roughly for the category 1 projects, 5 million associated with category 2, and then 2.4 million for category 3, which adds up to a total of $25.5 million for the total CIP. Next slide, please. So then the next question after we develop these costs is how are we going to fund them? So there are two main approaches used to fund stormwater projects. So you could go the route of pursuing grants and loans. Another option is to actually set up what's called a stormwater utility, which would provide it would make a rate for the city that customers or your residents would pay in order to help fund a stormwater projects moving forward. Next slide, please.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, grants and loans. Okay, grants, I understand what they are. Now, you said, I'm assuming you're speaking of forming a special district for sewer district or stormwater district?
It's similar to that.
Okay, then would this be a revenue source that you get a loan and fix a bunch of this stuff? Or is it collecting it and then fixing it down the road, several years down the road?
Yeah, so if you try to get loans now, you could get loans and then pay them back later. And how that would be funded would be, you'd either have to figure out a way to pay for them with the money that you already have or set up a stormwater utility to help pay those back. But the idea with the stormwater utility is that you would start building up a rate base. And then if you're not successful in getting a grant or loan, you'll be building up money to actually implement the projects.
But I mean, at 25 million for all the projects, I mean, I didn't do the math, but there's 40,000 people in Pacifica. So that's quite a chunk of money, you know what I mean? And even, I mean, we can't go charging people $1,000 a month to,
sure.
Stormwater. So I would assume then, now, if you form a special district, maybe this probably isn't your forte, but could you do a 218 election, or would it be a citywide election bond to form that? Or what's the logistics or the legalese of forming a utility district like that? Because I don't imagine.
I personally don't know the answer to that, but I can get an answer for you. We have a special group of rate study people at Carollo that were doing this analysis. So I don't have the specifics on that, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Council Member O'Neill, I can just jump in here to just say that stormwater infrastructure funding is an immense challenge to all cities and jurisdictions right now. It's not a direct enterprise service structure like wastewater or water can be in some cities. And as a matter of fact, with various infrastructure bills and conversations with legislators, and related to, grant sources, it's a hot topic. As you know, floating a $25 million general obligation bond and such is a big deal, voter approval thing. Borrowing that money is a big deal with the ongoing debt service obligation that would be required. And of course, interest rates are higher now than they were, for example, when we borrowed for the Civic Center project. So it's a big challenge, and you're identifying, some of the ideas that need to be looked at further, and we don't have answers right now.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Next slide, please. So Carollo, our financial folks, did a lot of research on state and federal grant and loan opportunities for stormwater projects as part of the scope of work for this master plan. We looked at various different state and federal options and identified a few that the city would be eligible for that are worth looking into, and a few that weren't strongly positioned for. The main outcomes or key findings that we have developed as part of this is that when you're looking to go get loans or grants the funding agencies will have a high bias towards projects that have some level of design being done. So they don't want to give grants or loans to a project that is still in the planning phase. So in order to be competitive for those types of loans, it would behoove the city to spend a little bit of money and actually get a project that's ready, designed and ready to go should the grant funding be available. One of the bad things that I guess it's not bad, but they do have a heavy emphasis on disadvantaged or rural communities generally. And that's obviously not a strong suit for Pacifica. So you will have a lot of competition there when you're seeking grant funds. But the best way to get yourself positioned to take advantage of these opportunities is to have a project that's ready and designed to go moving forward. Next slide, please. So the development of a stormwater utility is a potential means of funding the master plan recommendations. So as part of the master plan, we've looked at these different options at a high level, but if the city is interested or would be interested in looking at the potential benefit of setting up a stormwater utility, there would be a number of steps that would have to go along with that. The first would be a financial study. So a rate study to figure out what your funding needs are, the timing, your sources of funding, and to develop those rates. And that would basically pull you into cost of service rate design piece. And then from there, you would work with whoever your rate consultant is to go ahead and jump through the hoops to actually get it implemented or try to get it implemented. And we just showed some examples on the right here of other agencies in California that have implemented a stormwater utility. It's not by any means common in California, but there are several examples of cities that have implemented these types of utilities. Next slide, please. So next steps on the project. Next slide. So we would like to get any feedback from council and additionally the city staff on any tweaks that we need to make to the capacity improvements or the costs in the prioritization of the projects. And then finally, our next step would be to develop the master plan report, which is already in progress. So with that, I think we can open it up to Q&A.
I'm just to add, as City Manager Woodhouse well articulated, there's a real challenge here is how do you fund these kind of projects? It's, there's different mechanisms, but none of them are easy to do. It's a challenge for cities throughout the Bay Area and throughout the country.
Go ahead, Mike.
I would assume looking at it, it's probably best to do some sort of district because the money, it's one big project, it's done versus trying to save. It's kind of like trying to save for a house, right? And you want to pay cash for a house and the house keeps going up. That's what's going to happen with this if you don't, as a capital improvement. But it's not necessary. I would like this prioritization. Do we have any figures as to how many people are affected by each of the flooding issues? Like how many people are in the area that floods in Anza? How many people are in the area at Big Inch? Those, as some way to maybe prioritize it. And then I would like to look at the exploration of you can have one big sewer district, one big storm district, okay, and everybody's paying, which obviously would drive the costs lower for everybody. Or is it more feasible to have a storm district in the area that's being done. You know, so let's say what would be the cost to a homeowner in Lower Lindemar, Big Inch, Rockaway, or wherever, if you formed a district just in that area to do that, you know, because I could see some trying to get, I'm assuming you would need 66%, 67% to form a district. You know, the guy back at, you know, Cape Breton on Odstad, he's really not being affected by the flooding, you know, and trying to get a citywide storm district, I think, could be a bigger challenge than maybe some others. I mean, being we're looking at just, we're just, you know, looking at options now. I would like to see that option on the table.
Councilmember O'Neill, I just wanted to clarify, when you're saying district and smaller, you know, geographical districts, what you're referring to is an assessment district model, correct? As opposed to like a special district operation. And I just wanted to make sure that was correct. And then Paul can probably respond to the difference between assessment district approaches and setting up an actual utility based on rates. Those are different models.
I guess I'm kind of doing a hybrid between assessment and storm district. I'd like to maybe see the discussion or analysis over which is most efficient to get the job done at the lowest cost. Because and the methodology and how you form that, is this something that the city council votes on? Is this just the, you know, is it the people in the assessment district, or would it be citywide and you need 67% to do it? I think that's part of the analysis we need to have in order to make a decision on this. It's hard to give guidance if you're not familiar with the different options and the pros and cons of the issue we're giving guidance on, right? It's like putting me in the space shuttle and say, drive it, Mike. Well, I don't know how to do it, you know?
Yeah, and I guess the question that I would ask, and Director Peterson or Lawrence or Ray could chime in, as to ask about the scope for this master plan. I don't know that it includes a detailed assessment of the pros and cons of different financing models. And those do get very those do get very complicated, involve, you know, like our typical outside financing team to evaluate what the pros and cons of the various models are. But correct me if I'm wrong, that's part of the scope.
And one more question is, being wastewater is an enterprise fund, could some of the money in the enterprise fund do the design so that when we apply for a grant, we're a step ahead because we have design already taken care of? Is this something that wastewater can, you know, pay for?
So I think the short answer is no. Wastewater and stormwater are separate utilities, but maybe City Attorney Kenyon can weigh in there. There may be some overlap between the two because of I&I issues that would justify that overlap, or that you know, share of funding. But
well, that's the linkage I was thinking of, being able to use some wastewater funding for design purposes because of the I&I.
Yeah, I think that's something legally we would need to evaluate further.
And just for the record, I don't have any information to be able to analyze that tonight or to give you any response tonight. And my suggestion would be that, you know, given your questions, that we go back with Carollo and look at these options. I mean, There are options, but for the council to get into specifics about the actual funding, I'm not sure that from a legal perspective that we're prepared to have that discussion with you tonight.
Yeah, maybe I can answer the question in terms of what we were tasked with. Was this a high level looking at alternatives? And so you needed a more detailed study to get at some of these issues.
If there are any other questions from council, we can go to public comment. You can always come back and discuss more after that. Elizabeth, give everyone a moment for public comment, and maybe we need some instructions really quickly on how to do that.
Mayor Beer, we have one hand raised.
And Elizabeth, can you go over the instructions really quickly? Because we haven't done that yet tonight, so just in case people need that, or maybe Sarah can hop on for that.
City Clerk Coffey, do you have those at your disposal?
Yes. So for tonight's meeting, for public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. Use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on the agenda item when the mayor calls upon public comment for that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak, and *6 to unmute once called upon. Management Analyst Brooks will be calling upon speakers and allow you to unmute after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment.
Thank you so much, Sarah. All right, let's begin, Elizabeth.
To our first speaker, we'll go to Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, council and staff. This is Christine Bowles. And first, I just want to thank the consultant for their work, just trying to help us understand these issues. I had a few questions. I'm still confused about the 100-year storm too. The first slide that was shown mentioned 6 inches in 24 hours. And then the later slide showed a 50-year storm of 6.44 inches in 24 hours. And that's where the 21% increase with climate change was. So perhaps we could get a little bit more clarification on, what the real rainfall is in a 100-year storm. And from reading the document, I'm understanding that the consultant is not recommending designing for a 100-year storm because that is actually more expensive, right? If I'm right, what's in the model and in the cost estimates is designed for a 50-year storm and not a 100-year storm. So I just want clarification of that. And I'm just curious, 100-year doesn't really mean a lot. The percentage is maybe a better way to look at that. But how many times since 1981 have we exceeded these 6 or 6.44 inches in 24 hours? I know the storm, I'm pretty sure the storm last October did. So just wondering how many others there were in, the last 40 years or so. A couple of other questions. I'm just from protecting the city's point of view, I'm curious what the legal implications are if the city knows that there's an issue that our stormwater system is not well designed and certain areas repeatedly flood. I know we're facing a lawsuit for, a sewage overflow in Lindemar, and I know several homes here on Monterey Road have been flooded repeatedly with stormwater that, shoots over the curbs and into their yards and damaging their homes. So, is that time and time again the responsibility of the homeowner, or at some point does it become the city's responsibility, and just making sure the city is protected, when we're making decisions about where to spend our money and do the work. And if we're looking at districts or assessment districts or so forth, I want to make sure we're really looking at the whole watershed and not just the properties that bound on the areas that are being flooded. for example, the Monterey Road watershed, I think some of these maps are in the general plan, is quite large. And from what I understand, we weren't really experiencing flooding issues until, about 20 years ago when a lot of the big condos were built on Hickey. And so anyway, just making sure the costs would be spread out. And if we're looking at my time is up. Never mind.
Thanks, Christine.
I'll send in my other questions. Thanks.
Okay, that'd be great.
Our next speaker is Chris. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Chris. Consultants, I think this is a very, very comprehensive study. Clearly highlights the issues in the city that have been ongoing for quite some time. I think they're prioritized extremely well, having lived in Lindemar for many years and experienced flooding. I also think it would be a great idea given climate change, and I really like the fact that the models include climate change modeling and estimates in that. So that's why I do think this is an ongoing and will be an ongoing citywide issue that will affect the whole city. And I think it's definitely, I don't like the idea of breaking it up into assessment groups, basically, because I think ongoing into the future will be an issue. Going forward, it's the storm drains can currently adequately get rid of the water, but that probably will change over time. So I think it's a citywide issue that needs to be definitely assessed on the entire city going forward. I understand that that stormwater is, it's a statewide ongoing, very, very difficult problem to get funding for. With sanitary sewer is not so much of an issue statewide as far as funding goes, because that's significantly more hazardous per se to the public than the stormwater, which can be isolated in certain areas of the city. But we're looking at flooding all over the place if you look at a lot of the maps around the country. So I think it needs to be assessed through the entire city. But I really think those areas were significantly, very adequately covered. And I do appreciate the modeling of the 10 and the 50 year. I think the 100 year is way out of reach. It's not it is possible always, but I think in practicality terms, the 10 to 50 is very good assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Bob Bowles. I'm an architect in the Manor District. The whole issue of having a special assessment district for stormwater is a really interesting one. The issue of whether the whole city pays for things or whether just small parts of it pay for things that apply for them is a very difficult question. I have to ask if we should have a special assessment district for the seawall, for instance, that the people along the coast who are protected by it pay for the seawall as opposed to the rest of the town. I'm not saying that's the way it should be. I'm just asking the question. Are we going to continue this idea for other public facilities? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Beard, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it back for discussion. So there are a few questions that were posed, if there's any responses to those. Tiger, go ahead.
I found the most intriguing question that was asked, the one about any legal issues that might stem from flooding. Perhaps our city attorney can help me with that one. It was a strong maybe.
Give her a
Michelle, are you about?
In Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick in City Attorney Kenyon's absence currently, I don't have an answer for you, but it would be one that we would look into. Those kinds of legal risks are going to be very, I would venture, Ms. Kenyon would say, are going to be very, very case specific as to what happened, and depend on multiple factors, as the one case that's current is. So it would be very difficult to make generalizations about that.
Okay. Thank you. And perhaps we can get more specifics later. This conversation around 100-year storm events, I'm not quite sure how to articulate a specific question, but for me, that atmospheric river bomb cyclone event we had last October was particularly eye-opening. And I was listening to the radio news the other day, and they were talking about how the volcanic eruption in Tonga back in January sent so much water vapor into the air that's exacerbating global warming for the foreseeable future. And I'm not sure if that means 1, 2 years, whatever, but that could mean, okay, maybe then the odds just went up that one of these 1% events happens again over the next 2 to 5 years. I'm making up a number because I'm not a scientist, but that's the gist of kind of what I heard off the radio and what I find intriguing. And certainly, as I'm watching life go on, it seems like these storms are getting more frequent, not less. It's very well taken by me that 100-year planning right now is at least cost prohibitive, that it would involve like rerouting the entire system in certain ways. And so I appreciate maybe that's not where we want to go right now, but I do think it bears discussing a little bit. I'd love our experts to weigh in a little bit. If we're not going a 100-year route, could you try and make me feel a little bit better by that fact? If we were to go a 100-year route, what does that really look like? How prohibitive is it? How lacking in resources are we? Or how much do I not have to worry?
Ryan, maybe I can start responding to that.
Yeah, go for it.
There's one approach you could possibly take would be to, when you design these specific projects that have been identified based on a 50-year storm, you size them for a 100-year storm, or at least evaluate the cost of doing that on a project-by-project basis. It wouldn't give you a complete system that would necessarily handle a 100-year storm, because it would just be individual pieces. But that would be a kind of a perhaps more of a bite-sized approach to dealing with the areas that have been identified by the current analysis. I wanted just to touch upon, and I apologize for some of the confusion about the numbers, and we'll try to clarify that moving forward, because we had that number. I think 5.32 inches for the 24-hour 50-year storm. And then what we modeled was 6.44 inches, because that is with a 21% increase based on climate change. And all these numbers, they're based on existing information. And then their climate, the future numbers are based on different kinds of projections. And I think everyone should understand that there's a lot of uncertainty in how we project that. But the number that you saw for the 6 inches for the 24-hour storm, for the 24-hour 100-year storm, it's in between the existing 5.32-inch 50-year storm and the future 6.44. So we didn't show you a number with climate change for this 100-year storm, but we can certainly include that in the report. But I hope that clarifies those numbers a little bit, and again, we will strive to make that clear in our report.
A little bit, and I appreciate that you'll make every effort in the future giving us as much information as possible. We thrive off more, not less, when it comes to info. Because of that uncertainty that you're referencing, that's why at least from my perspective, I'm trying to err on what's the most protection we can figure out how to orchestrate for our city. I do think that this is a citywide issue, not merely a neighborhood-specific issue, and that we need to work on this together, because over time, as things get worse, we're all going to be in this together more and more. And so that's where I'm oriented. And I would prefer taking an approach where, as we are physically capable, we are on the side of caution and appreciating that things don't seem to be getting better soon. Thank you.
Okay. If I could add just one more thing there, I think that you were asking about, what how can we make, I think you were more comfortable with this whole thing. I think that based on the analysis that we've done and what we've heard from citizens in the city, I think we have identified the major points where there's flooding. And so whatever design storm you have, those seem like they are the most critical points. And so I think by prioritizing those projects, you are prioritizing the most critical areas.
And what I hear you telling me is with those specific projects, it will be making some of our hardest hit areas more ready for that 1% event. And that does make me feel a little bit better about it. Even though I would, create a retention basin over the entire city if I could,
Yeah, I know one of our callers brought up the data from the past 40 years, and I realize that that's a kind of a hard stretch to get all that data for us, but it would be interesting to go back just a little ways to see the data on the how many storms and floods there have been, say in the past 10 years. Just so we can
yeah, absolutely. I will say that the one that happened in October was definitely a 100-year storm, probably more.
Yeah, Mayor, here we can look into that and go back the 10 years as you are asking, and we'll get that information to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry, Ryan.
No worries.
Council, have any other questions or directions?
Do they have the information they wanted from council? And just for the record, I do think it's a city problem and everybody should contribute. I was just more concerned about getting, if it has to go to a vote, getting a 67% vote for a bond issue.
Yeah, so Mayor O'Neill, Councilmember O'Neill, we when we started the master plan, we didn't get too involved with the formations of assessment districts or stormwater utilities. We just knew we were going to pursue grants and loans for the most part, and that the assessment districts and stormwater utility was going to be a rather exhaustive effort in and of itself. And so maybe Lisa has more information.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lawrence, I appreciate it. Yeah, just to jump in, I just want to reiterate, as was discussed by Paul from Carollo, that the scope related to funding for this master plan, and is typical for all the master plans I've been involved with, it tends to be relatively high level. What I would see happening is once, council has identified what their priorities are, and if they agree with the priorities that are being put forward, then what happens is staff really digs in and starts looking at some of those funding options that have been provided by the consultant in the master plan and digging in to see which ones may be the most viable for those particular projects that are of interest to the council.
Councilmember Wallace.
I just wanted to agree that it's a citywide problem as well as the seawall. Those are both citywide issues, not just district. So that was all.
And I really appreciate you bringing up Lauren Avenue, because I don't know if you've seen it during the rains, but it might not flood at the bottom, but it's really dangerous, like even going out to your car. So I appreciate that being on the list. Thank you for adding that. All right. Still, do you need any other information from us, or?
I do not think so. Lisa, do you have anything else, or Ryan or Paul?
Yeah, thank you. We basically were just wanted to get council's input related to the prioritization, the way that the design was being designed with the 50-year storm event, with climate change included in that. So it is jumping it by 21% to include that climate change perspective into it. And, just any other comments from council. You've given us quite a few. I've written down quite a few, but that's what we were looking for, is just any input so that we could massage the draft and master plan and try to get everything into it that the council was looking for.
Okay, well, I see a couple more hands. So Councilmember Beckmeyer and then Councilmember Botwas.
I would like to suggest that reinforce and echo the comments from council members about the citywide nature of so many of these issues. While there may not be the impact of this specific flooding event in my neighborhood that's happening in another neighborhood, there can be something that's coming up in my neighborhood that we don't know about just yet. That developing that orientation and reinforcing that notion of one city that has to deal with all of our problems. With that said, there is a magnitude issue. And I appreciated what Councilmember O'Neill was saying about, can we look at, in not tonight, but I mean in the future, as we look at financing possibilities and opportunities for funding projects. I think important piece of data for me is, what is the magnitude? How many homeowners, how many properties, how many, we need a count, we need numbers to put to some of that. And my last point is, there may be an opportunity for both strategies. We were talking about the whole city, whether it be a special district or other financing. When you bring it back to us at some point in the future, I would like more detail on how those districts are formed, what that looks like. And whether, for example, if you are in an area that ends up in the third categorized project priority, and it's a relatively smaller amount of money, and the 700,000 range or so, that is more something that a neighborhood could perhaps undertake in seeking to bring it forward sooner than priority 3. Is there a strategy for that? So can we have that whole city approach as the overarching plan, but then within that, can there be the assessment district model or the formation of a special assessment, or whatever the proper mechanism would be, to have the range of options presented to us? Thank you.
Councilmember Botwas.
This may be a little bit absurd, but for example, Monterey, when it's flooding, and of course the cars that are parked curb their wheels, which causes the water to go over the sidewalks. If we could give them some kind of notification, I mean, you can't not curb your wheels, but that's part of the problem, because it causes big, giant overflow, which makes it go over the sidewalk into the people's houses. Whereas if the water could continue down the street, it would solve a lot of those issues. I don't know if we could notify people ahead. And I did say this was going to be a little bit off the wall, but just wondering how we could go about that in the meantime before we get that fixed if something happens.
Director Lisa, do you have any comments on that? Or?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councilmember Vaterlos. Certainly it could be a matter of notification and speaking with those folks about not doing it. I guess I do have I'm just wondering if we are anticipating a lot of flooding, folks they may be hesitant not to curb their wheels because they might worry that their cars are going to go down the street. But certainly we could do some outreach and, community education related to that. And, hopefully once we get some of these projects in place, that amount of flooding going down the street won't be happening anymore. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. I know that was odd.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back around and see if City Attorney might be able to give me a touch more color about the question I asked earlier, if she happens to be present. I saw a micro. Oh, there's a face. Hi, Michelle. So I'm not sure if you heard the question earlier.
Can you repeat it for me? I would like to rehear it.
One of the callers had asked a legal issue around flooding, and so I figured I'd just kind of echo that a little bit and see what your thoughts might be. And it was just generally, what are legal issues that could arise from flooding if we don't deal with this? What is there a legal issue that might arise, or is it incumbent on the homeowners to kind of suck it up?
Well, once again, this is I apologize in advance. It's a very lawyer answer, and I understand, but this is what I do. So all the questions related to flooding, they're very fact specific. So what I can tell you is generally, if flooding arises out of a 100-year, 200-year event that is not anticipated and was not directly related to an infrastructure piece that we constructed and designed, then there usually is not liability. But, once again, did our infrastructure in any way contribute to the flooding? And then, that is a very fact-based analysis. So it's a question that it depends on the facts, unfortunately. But I can tell you generally, if it's a 100-year flood or a 200-year flood, that, we did the best that we could in planning our capital projects, and the flooding occurred in any event, then it may not be any liability. If it's something where we designed a capital project that in some way created the flooding, then that is something that we're going to have to look into in terms of what could we have done differently. Maybe there could be liability, but once again, it's all very fact specific.
That pretty well tracks with what Kevin said earlier. If it's kind of the inverse circumstance where we know there is an area in town that regularly has flooding, and then we don't address that, then is there liability that results from knowing that there is regularly flooding in a specific area and we are not addressing it?
Well, it depends on what is causing the flooding. Right. I mean, if it's something, once again, it kind of goes back to that question. If it's something related to our infrastructure that we haven't fixed, perhaps. If it's related to just a 100-year storm that we could not have predicted, then, and there just happens to be a lot of them, we don't necessarily have the obligation to anticipate that there are going to be continuous 100-year storms unless there are facts and evidence to assure that we need to construct our infrastructure to address those storms. It does happen periodically, right? It used to be when I first started, we were designing for, a 50-year, that's how long I've been doing this. It used to just be 50-year. Now, you have to plan for it's more evident now that we're having more flooding. We're having more rain. We're having more, climatic instances of, catastrophic events. So it's now getting into some understanding of this could be the new norm. So once again, it's all going to depend on what did that storm look like? What did that flooding look like? What did our infrastructure look like? And what was the damage that was done to that property? look like? Was it actually caused by the flooding, or was it caused by some other factor?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for all of your work and your presentation tonight. We really appreciate you responding to all of our requests, and we look forward to more information as we move forward. Anything else from council? Okay, then we are going to break until our 7 o'clock meeting with 10 minutes, 12 minutes. See you soon. Okay. Okay, good evening, everybody. We have returned to our special and regular meeting, the Pacifica City Council. The date is September 26th, 2022. We are opening the meeting at 7 o'clock. And if we could have a call to order, please.
I'll start the roll call with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Here. I will now read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. I'm going to salute the flag, please, led by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello, Sarah, go right ahead.
Mayor Beer, I'll make a few notes about tonight's meeting format. This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda, or phone in to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on Comcast Channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through Zoom. Members of the public, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak and *6 to unmute once called upon. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and allow you to unmute after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if dialing in. please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. Those comments received by noon today were posted on the city's website and provided to council members prior to the meeting. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you very much, Sarah. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report? Oh. I do not see, oh, there, her name is here, but I don't see her. So, City Manager Woodhouse.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Beer. There is no closed session report.
Okay, thank you so much. So tonight we have two special presentations, and we're coming together tonight in memory of Pius Garcia. And it's always sad when we lose one of our own. And so I want to thank Pius's family for being with us tonight. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we can have some presentations from our staff and from the community. City Manager Woodhouse, did you want to say something? No, okay. Let me begin. Proclamation of the City of Pacifica in memory of Pius Garcia, employee of the City of Pacifica. Whereas, on behalf of the City of Pacifica, we wish to extend our sincere condolences over the passing of Pius Garcia. And whereas Pius faithfully served our city for over 25 years in the capacity of building maintenance specialist. And whereas Pius's death leaves our City of Pacifica employees with a deep feeling of sorrow for the loss of such an honored and respected employee. And whereas during his tenure with the city, Pius maintained the city buildings, including overseeing the upgrade of all of the buildings to allow for cost-effective LED lights, managing contracts and contractors for completion of facility work, and managing the recent community center conversion to allow for temporary placement of City Hall and planning staff. Whereas Pius was invaluable to the development of the city's Frontierland Park playground. And whereas Pius held a master's degree in engineering and used his extensive knowledge and learning to mentor and train staff related to his work. And whereas Pius earned the respect, admiration, and friendship of fellow employees and colleagues through his professionalism and dedication. And whereas Pius will be remembered for his patience, willingness, and his willingness to help and love of mentoring staff. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica hereby extends to Pius's family our sincere sympathies upon his passing. On this 26th day of September. We have Director of Public Works, Lisa Peterson, with us. Lisa, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Director of Public Works, I wanted to pass on the department's deepest sympathies to Pius's family. Along with his family, this has been very difficult for so many of his coworkers and others who work with Pius. For his 25 years with the city, Pius is well loved and respected, and we miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I think there's a couple other Public Works staff with us tonight who would like to say something, and then we can go to public comment.
Mayor, I think they're in the attendees group.
Oh, okay.
We're just bringing Gino Aceredo over to a panelist.
Thank you, Sarah.
And Gino, you should be able to turn on your video and unmute.
There it is. Good evening, Mayor Beer, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, and council members. My name is Gino Aceredo, Building Maintenance and Park Superintendent. Pius started his career with Pacifica on July 8, 1996, working with street repair crew, where he stayed for 2 years. During that time, Pius did pothole repair, paving, and sidewalk installations. Pius then joined the building maintenance crew, where he became very hands-on with several types of projects through the years. The projects ranged from framing out and finishing offices, electrical work, dry rot repair, pouring the footings for the pedestrian bridge at Lindemar, and concrete storm drain repairs. Pius also responded to Q alert requests, set up small construction contracts, repaired boilers and HVAC systems. Most recently, he coordinated the assessment and replacement of the HVAC system at the community center. Pius had great knowledge of our city infrastructure and was a dedicated, hardworking employee for the past 25 years. I only had the pleasure of working with Pius for the last 7 months, but gained great respect for his abilities and knowledge. Pius will be deeply missed by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we have Pius's wife here with us tonight. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you. And if you want to share, just feel free and unmute. And if not, that's totally fine too. We can go to public comment and come back. So Sarah, can we see if there's any public comment, please? Elizabeth.
Mayor Beer, we have one hand raised.
Very good.
Go to Cindy Abbott. Please state your name for the record.
Someone raised your hand. I need it.
Hello, this is Cindy Abbott, and I'm speaking as the Executive Director at Sanchez Art Center. And the Art Center opened the same year that Pius joined the city. So his wealth of knowledge about the oddities of our shared vintage 1950s building and campus was always so appreciated. Whenever we needed to figure out something of the oddities or have some extra troubleshooting for an electrical issue or just so many things, we were always happy when it was Pius who responded when we reached out to the city, because he was always such a pleasure to work with, to have him puzzle everything through. He was just really wonderful. So from all of us at Sanchez Art Center, we'd just like to share our appreciation of him with his family and coworkers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Mayor Beer, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. But I do see one other hand.
Mayor Beer, I understand that another city employee, Rolando, is, oh, there he is. I think he's on. Good. Okay.
Hi, my name is Rolando Silizar, and I'm the building maintenance specialist. I was Pius's partner. I worked with Pius we worked together for over 10 years. And Pius had this ability to address every job site in such a professional manner. And he was very quick to express his expertise in every job. And he was able to share that with me, and that's one of the things that I learned from Pius. He was a very talented person, very smart person. He was a good mentor. He was my mentor. And, I'm definitely going to miss him very much. Hi, Heidi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bring it back to council. You get to go first. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I frankly wanted to go first because I did not know Pius very well. And so I give my condolences. Despite not having known him well, I have talked to folks in town about him, and they've repeated over and over again his kindness, which is about as strong a legacy as one can leave after how well he's taken care of our city physically. And with that, I'll bow out gracefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
I used to see, Pius sometimes, he goes, oh, hey, how you doing? And he was always a pleasant individual, always a smile and willing to please. And I do want to extend my sympathies to his family for his loss. It's hard, especially when it was sudden and unexpected. So I do want to extend my sympathies and thank his family for sharing him with us during his time working with the city of Pacifica. And good luck in the future to you.
Member Vargas.
I just wanted also to give my condolences, and for a person who's worked for the city for 25 years, that's pretty incredible. And I, like Mike, have heard great things about him, and I just want to thank you for allowing him to work with us. Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I really just want to add my thoughts and share that I think the biggest confirmation of his willingness to share his time and talents is how much he's missed and how much his coworkers speak of him, and how difficult all of this has been for them to accept and be able to pull together and move on. It's really, really difficult when you lose someone that you love. And it's clear to me that all of the people that he worked with adored him. So our condolences go out to you, and carry on. We're always here. The city will always be here, and he'll always have a place with us, and so will you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I know this is not easy. And I was going to also comment on his 25 years of service and what happens when you have an employee for that long, they become family. And I see that within his coworkers and in his department. And so I just want you to know how much he is appreciated. And so we're so sad that he's not with us. And we really appreciate you being here with us tonight. So thank you, Heidi, and your family so much. City Manager Woodhouse, would you like to say something?
Well, apologize. Collecting my thoughts. I think the nature of our organization as a tight family unit comes out. And, foremostly, I do want to send my sympathies to Heidi and family for Pius's loss. But in addition, I always don't want to overlook the incredible just contribution in public service to community and to democracy that an employee like Pius commits his entire life to. And I know that's come out, and the personal side has come out, but also just the social contribution is really important. And we'll miss him. He's an incredible guy.
Okay, thank you so very much. We send you all of our love. It's always hard to move on to the next step in our meeting. So maybe we take a collective breath. Okay, because we are going to move on to celebrate someone from our community who worked in our community for a very, very long time. And that is our beloved Jane Northup. Sarah, I'm not sure if you see Jane. There she is. Okay.
Yes, we're just changing to promote folks to panelists at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Jane, I'm so glad you're here with us tonight. I'm going to read your proclamation, and then I'm sure there'll be lots of people who want to talk to you as well. Okay. City of Pacifica, the proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Jane Northup. Whereas Jane Northup is retiring from a dedicated and distinguished 26-year career with the Pacifica Tribune. And whereas following a career in the legal profession, Jane Northup embarked on her career with the Pacifica Tribune in the 1990s, initially assigned to cover school news. And whereas Jane Northup was awarded the John Sweat Awards from the California Teachers Association for her coverage of education. And whereas, expanding on her assignment covering school news, Jane Northup's journalistic experience came to involve covering all aspects of happenings in the Pacifica community, including arts, education, general news, and occasionally sports. And whereas Jane Northup progressed to inherit coverage of the city beat, covering all aspects of government-related news, including city council meetings, city administration, recreation, public works, and police and fire. And whereas Jane Northup is a dear and trusted community member who provided a comprehensive overview of the local news for the Pacifica community, reporting on all things related to Pacifica and bringing her caring sense of community to her reporting. And whereas Jane Northup is recognized by her colleagues at the Pacifica Tribune as having a rigorous attention to detail, being a dedicated chronicler of her town, as well as a devoted champion and being a tireless advocate for her neighbors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica, on behalf of all of its citizens, hereby extends our grateful thanks and appreciation to Jane Northup for her dedicated and distinguished service to our community in her career as a reporter and journalist for the Pacifica Tribune, and congratulates her on her retirement.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary, and the City Council members. It was a pleasure to work with you. And I wanted to thank Chris Hunter for hiring me all those years ago, and the staff of the original, Pacifica Tribune. That was the original staff was great. And I wanted to thank Peter Loeb and the investors of the Coastside News Group for keeping the community news group alive, and as a locally owned community newspaper. And I also want to thank Clay Lambert, because my editor now, or my former editor, I should say, for working with him was a great experience, and I really appreciate that the opportunity to work with him and with the rest of the Coastside News Group staff. Everybody was really great. So thank you to everybody, and thank you, Pacifica Tribune, and thank you to you, City Council people, for it's been a lot of fun covering your beat. It really was. So thank you very much for the proclamation. That was great. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate you so much, Jane. And I know that we have Daniel Vanish representing Assemblyman Mullen and Senator Becker's office will also be here. And then we will go to public comment.
Well, good evening. My name is Daniel Vanish, and I am here on behalf of Assemblymember Kevin Mullen's office, and I am also representing Senator Becker's office for a joint certificate for Jane to, for all of her accomplishments. So I'm gonna read it. We want to send our warm congratulations on your retirement after 26 years as a distinguished Bay Area journalist. As a reporter for the Pacifica Tribune and through your work with Pacifica Community Television, you brought to life the many facets of coastside politics, business, and community events in both print and electronic media. Your exceptional educational reporting earned you the John Sweat Award from the California Teachers Association, and you helped mentor young journalists in your role as a San Francisco Press Club board member. On behalf of the people of the state of California's 22nd Assembly District and 13th Senate District, please accept our gratitude for your work and sincere best wishes in your future. So, thank you, Jane.
Thank you. That was very, very nice. Thank you very much. That was very, very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the Assembly members and State Senator. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was very, very nice.
Wonderful. We will go to public comment.
Mayor Beer, there's one hand raised at this time. Suzanne Moore, please state your name for the record.
Suzanne Moore, Pacifica resident. Just want to congratulate Jane and thank her for all her hard work. Have a really fun retirement, Jane.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. Thank you.
Cindy Abbott, please state your name for the record.
Cindy Abbott, and I too want to again congratulate Jane on her retirement. It's been wonderful to see her around town in the past few weeks, still active and engaged, but now just able to have a really good time and not be working. So I look forward to seeing you much more here in town in the future. And thank you for your years of reporting on our community and being a friend. Congratulations, Jane.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. We'll bring it back to council. Councilmember O'Neill.
Well, I'd like to thank Jane for her efforts and her longevity in Pacifica Tribune history and in the history of Pacifica. I know we've got her son, my son, we're in Boy Scouts together. We go back a long way, and from the school board, she was there when I was in the school board. She was there, and all that. So I just wanted to say thank you, Jane, for your efforts and all the reporting you've done, and keeping everybody tuned in as to what was going on in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your kind comments.
Councilmember Vavalas.
So for 26 years, you've been there. And you've been writing and going here and going there and listening to these meetings, and it's a chore. And I know because we're there. So it's difficult. And I just want to thank you for everything that you've done over all these years. I'm sorry I missed your celebration. Unfortunately, I had to work. And but just enjoy yourself, be retired, but still be Pacifica. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will be in Pacifica. I will still be in Pacifica.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I too am sorry I missed your celebration. I had prearranged a trip. But that having been said, you know, every where I go all over town, I would see you at every event, farmers market regularly. I imagine I still will, but it's amazing to me that for some time now, it seems like you have been there covering everything, and you are there everywhere. And it's been extraordinary, the love that you've put into covering this community. And thank you for having spent over 2.5 decades being so fully engaged and doing everything you can to make sure we hear each other's voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiger, for your kind words. Thank you.
Councilmember Beth Myers.
Oh, Jane, thank you for all that you've done for our community. And I was reminded in the proclamation that the mayor read, of course, it goes beyond the Tribune. It goes to the other local media, the Pacifica Community TV, which of course it will always be to me, Pacific Coast Television. And then in hearing through the proclamation about the original school beat, right? The school district and school districts. And I wasn't, I guess I was living here, but I wasn't engaged yet. But thank you for your work on the video on Schoolhouse Rot to get the attention to the fact, and Mike knows because he was there, to the need for the work on and the first bond that helped us get those school buildings brought up to speed and brought up to proper repair. I mean, you know, without that work, we wouldn't be able to move forward with the parcel tax, with the additional bond funds that we've been able to have approved by the community. And it's really all raising that awareness and making it clear to the community what the needs are. And so for that clarity and for bringing that information to all of our community members, I really do thank you as a district employee and as a citizen who has raised her kids here and educates kids every day at one of those very schools. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. I remember that was, you know, a wonderful project that we did at Pacific Coast TV. That was fabulous. I was very, very happy to be able to, you know, produce that show. Yeah, with Gail.
I had actually forgotten about that, but I think that's what helped pass the bond. I don't know if you were there the time the state inspector came to Sharp Park School at the time, and he leaned against the wall and the wall collapsed. And he said, well, gee, I guess you do need some bond money. So I don't know if you caught it on video or not, but yeah, so that helped pass that bond issue.
Yeah.
So Jane, thank you so much. I was able to attend your party, and wow, what an outpouring of love. It was so wonderful, and dancing, and everybody was having such a good time celebrating. It was really wonderful to be there. And I just really want to thank you, Jane, for, and I know I said this to you before, but, you know, you've covered like the triumphs and tragedies of my family. And so I really appreciate you. And we always trusted you with our stories and with our children's stories and with our community stories. And I really appreciate the work that you did with the partnership after my nephew was killed. I know you worked very closely with us. That's how I got to know you and your daughter. So I really appreciate you, and I love you. So thank you so much for all of your years of service to our community. And I look forward to having some coffee with you soon.
Yes. Yes, that would be great. I really appreciate the love that you have always showed me, Mary, and I appreciate it. And it was wonderful to get to know your family in the reporting of that tragedy, but but the way that it changed Pacifica, that tragedy, yeah. So it was really, I really appreciated, getting to know your family in that and you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. And yeah, way to go, Jane.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Okay, Council. We're going to move on now to the consent calendar. Do we have any council members who wish to pull an item from consent?
I would like to make a comment on the item number 5. No questions, just comment.
Okay. We'll go to public comment first and then come back for your comment. Let's see if there's any public comment on our consent agenda tonight. That are items that are not, or sorry, it's items number 1 through 10. 1 through 9.
We'll go to our first speaker, Christine Bowles, who will be followed by Adam Karen. Christine, please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Christine Bowles. I wanted to comment on items 4 and item 9. So item 4 is about the fireworks. And I know the report was saying that there were a lot less complaints and so forth. I just wanted to remind us that the July 4th this year was a Monday. And so anyway, it seems like there's more on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday when people don't have to go to work the next day. And I just remember from last year's report, when we actually got to talk about it when it was on the regular agenda and not the consent agenda, that there was also financial reporting of expenses for overtime for police and fire, and a comparison of how those funds compared to the amount that was raised from the sale of Safe and Sane. And I didn't see that in the report this year at all. And I'm hoping that someone can provide that information. And then on item 9, which is about the road work and repaving in the Manor area, there's one item that's on the consultant's proposal that was for a bicycle and pedestrian plan design funding for the Esplanade area. And the staff report is recommending not taking on that additional service. That was a $44,500 extra cost as an optional add. And I'm just wondering if that can be reconsidered, and or if funding for that project is planned in some other fund. I know I've been talking with a lot of neighbors in that area, and it's quite dangerous because there are no pedestrian crossings towards the beach all along Esplanade. And I know the bike path is also something the community really wants, and that would also help with the oversized vehicles that are parked along that, which restrict the road width for safety of bicycles. So anyway, I'm hoping the council might be able to pull that for discussion also. Thank you.
Adam Karen, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Adam Karen. And I would like to comment also on item 9, similar to what Christine was kind of flagging. I live on Dolphin Drive, which is parallel to Esplanade. And when my little 2-year-old wants to go for a walk along the beach, that stretch, just crossing that little roadway to get to the walkway, is something I tell her, Daddy has to carry you across, just because often, she's a 2-year-old, she wants to go slow and look at different things, but cars will come moving down that pretty quickly. And there is no crosswalk, pure and simple, to get across there. But also, the bike lane is something we had heard about when the different parking zones were being considered later last year, that while I know the bike lane is, I guess, exists, it's just not painted on the ground. And I think that would help control some of the parking issues we've had along that stretch of Esplanade. Since we've had the bigger RVs and stuff move in, I've come across everything from human feces to couches on the beach, on the cliffside there. And it's just kind of changed that stretch of the road, and not for the best, especially for my 2-year-old. I know a lot of the folks there have kind of come under challenging times and want to figure out what we can do to support them. But the way things are currently is a challenge, I think, for a lot of folks in the neighborhood. And I know that the bike lane was one of the things that would help enforce those oversized vehicles not parking there too long, or setting up camp, or setting up couches, or setting up tables, or even setting up, we saw a cat post or a cat's device for their pets and the like. So kind of want the beach to be for everyone, not necessarily just for the RVs. And I thank you for your time and yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Adam.
No other hands raised. Mayor Beer.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council.
Mayor Beer, I just wanted to jump in and say, the one speaker was asking about financials related to July 4th. So there's a summary table on packet page 102 that shows the expenditures of all the departments on July 4th and the amount of revenue that the 8% charge did raise, exceeding those expenditures. So I don't know if that's what was being referred to or not, but there is that information in the report.
I think they were also asking for how much the nonprofits made. So I think that was another part of that question, just for a note. And Tiger, is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then just really quickly, Kevin, would you mind explaining the funding that we received for the pedestrian and bike work along Esplanade in Manor?
For that, yeah, for that question, I'll turn it over to Director Peterson.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So the city did receive a grant funds for doing the bike lane on Esplanade from the TA. And just to answer the question that's been coming up, the reason that NCE did not get this work is because it's actually being given to a different consultant that has more experience in bike ped projects. So it's not that project isn't, and that project work is not getting done. It is just that we chose a different consultant that we thought would be a better fit for that work. So that, project is going to be moving into design in the near future, and hoping to get it out soon.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, it was a pleasure sitting on the bike and pedestrian committee and being able to score the project. So really good thing. Mike, you had a comment on one of the items.
Right. I just wanted to bring forth and thank Kevin for looking at the consulting firm for all those different grants that we applied for. I'm excited because I did talk to him up in at the League of Cities, and I'm excited to see, we've gotten Public Works, but I really hope to see some PBNR and maybe police or whatever other departments and some of the grants for them made available. They were telling me that in October there is a grant coming out or available for park and rec or possibly a bike park, and I think that would be exciting if we can move forward on that. So I just wanted to say thanks. And the big part of this project is the fact that they do the monitoring afterwards, which is real hard and difficult, to report back to the grantors and say, this stage is done, this stage is done, this is finished, whatever. So I think that's a really important part of this project and this contract. So I just wanted to say thank you, Kevin, for moving forward with that. And I move that we approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote?
You're muted, Sarah.
The motion was made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlos to approve the consent calendar as stated. Start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And consent calendar passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the oral communications portion of our agenda. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda tonight. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor and can have 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes to speak. So all remarks should be addressed to the council as a body and not to any single member of the council. So thank you so much, Elizabeth, for your help with fielding our oral communication calls tonight.
My pleasure, Mayor Beer. We'll go first to Bruce Wright, who will be followed by Jeremy Stafford. When you're given permission to speak, please state your name for the record and go ahead with your time.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Wright. I'm a resident of Valamar and the current board chair of the Boys and Girls Club here in Pacifica. I'm here to give you a quick update on our progress over the last 4 months. Our programs are operating close to capacity. The clubhouse at Yosemite has 114 members and an average daily attendance of 85. Capacity there is 100, with expansion to 120 after repairs are made to the lower classroom. At the IBL Middle School site, we have 44 members and an average daily attendance of 25. Capacity there is 30. Athletics programs are being expanded to offer new sports to students over the course of the year, along with sports clinics over holiday periods. At the Yosemite Clubhouse, we've been the beneficiary of the generosity of DPR Construction. DPR sent a volunteer team on September 17 who performed a number of smaller repairs, both inside and outside. DPR is also committed to 2 large repairs, flooding prevention and fascia replacement, that will be done next month. The value of this in-kind donation is $150,000. The board of directors now consists of 7 members, 5 of whom are Pacifica residents. Our board is holding a retreat this Saturday morning to begin work on our strategic plan and discuss the expansion and enhancement of programs in Pacifica. Monthly community meetings with our parents continue on with program updates. We're working diligently on our budget and financial stability. On October 26th, we will hold a specific financial update meeting for the public via Zoom. There is no doubt fundraising is a continuing challenge. We have had some nice successes that will be shared at that time. Our leadership team of Mandy Lip, Executive Director, and Oliver Casada, Program Director, is enthusiastic and dedicated. We are fully staffed for our current capacity with no open positions. This coming Saturday, October 1, we are holding a small community fair from 12 to 3 for our members and the public. Food trucks and community vendors will be there. Sports and other activities will be provided for students. In summary, the board of directors remains committed to the long-term sustainability of our club and its services to the community. Much positive progress has been made and challenges remain. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Bruce.
Jeremy Stafford, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Jeremy Stafford, District Vice President for the Pacifica Firefighters Association. So evening, Madam Mayor and council members, I just wanted to say thank you for letting us take you for a ride on the Fog Fest. Hopefully you got to shake some hands and meet some of your great fire department staff. We have 21 members, and altogether, we only had 3 of the 21 that weren't able to make it to either the Fog Fest or the Chili Cook-Off. So unfortunately, we didn't win, but we're doing our part to get out there and be a part of the community, and look forward to the ongoing relationship. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jeremy.
There are no other hands raised at this time, Mayor Beer. Oh, Suzanne Moore just raised her hand.
Hey, that didn't seem right.
Suzanne, please state your name for the record.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I thought I had raised it and realized I made an error. Good evening, everyone. While canvassing last week, a neighbor reported some dangerous overgrowth on the Hickey sidewalk uphill of Monterey. And the neighbors said that several folks had complained about this for over a year, but the problem persists. Evidently, pedestrians are forced out into the street, including school children who are walking to Sunset Ridge. And so I provided some photos of the problem to Public Works, and I really want to thank the timely response from Raymond Dungeens from our Public Works. His department forwarded the complaint to code enforcement to have the property owner clear the area. In addition, Raymond offered to try and get ETAs from code enforcement about this issue. And I just really want to thank him for his efforts. I relayed all that information on this concern to the neighbors who notified me. But I'm wondering, due to the chronicity of the problem and the safety issue, I'm hoping the city might consider removing the hazard and charge the property owner. I felt our council should be notified about the efforts of Public Works and the concerns of the neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
No other hands, Mayor Beer.
Okay, we can close public comment. Bring it back for council communications. Who would like to begin?
I'll start.
Go for it.
Okay, let's see. There were a lot of things going on. I attended the Fairmont Homeowners Association meeting, and it's really nice because I get to hear their issues, and then I give them an update on what's going on in our district. Even though we have district elections and we work for everyone in the whole city, it's nice to be able to talk to the homeowners specifically. I talked to a constituent regarding transportation, and he had a lot of really good ideas, and I'll try to put them all down on paper so I can submit them. I attempted to get on the Fog Fest board, but it didn't happen, the meeting. I attended the SMC emergency preparedness meeting, and I think I said before, we are switching platforms for the SMC alert, so people might be getting notifications that the platform for that is changing. But as I harp on all the time, if you're not already signed up for SMC alert, please do that. I did try to ask if there was any possibility that it could be switched from an opt-in to an opt-out platform so that everyone would be notified. And it's very difficult to do that. But I think they're considering trying to get that to happen. I went to the special CCAG, City and County Association of Governments legislative meeting. We just got an update. I attended the Age-Friendly Cities Awards, and Mayor Beer did an excellent job talking about our age-friendly resources and what she has done to make us an age-friendly city. The Democrats discussed the ballot initiatives, and then on to Rancho Days, which I remember fondly taking my kids there while they went in circles and circles and circles, making a candle, dipping the wick into each bucket of wax. And I think I still have those candles. I went to a Cal Cities event at Filoli, which is just so nice to get together with our council members as well as the council members on the rest of the peninsula. And I'd like to thank the fire department for letting us ride in their 1949 Mack fire truck. It was really fun and nice to be up high and be able to see everybody. I thought the Fog Fest was more attended than I've seen in the past. It was incredible. It was a great turnout. It was a perfect day. And also the Council of Cities in Foster City, and they went into total detail on their seawall project, which was approved by the members in Foster City. It's a 7-mile project, which would encompass the length of our whole city in their seawall project. And it was really enlightening to see what they're doing there and the possibilities that something could be done similarly here. And the person who gave the presentation was Louis' son, who was in our Public Works department, who is now the head of Public Works in Foster City. And it was really nice to see him, and it's great to talk to the other council members. And I'm going to quit now. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, I took in, going back to my calendar here, I attended the LAFCO meeting, and they had a whole presentation on how the County of San Mateo is going to be reaching their RENA numbers. And that was just kind of interesting how they did it, some of the challenges they're facing, and how they're going to be trying to do it. I also went to commute.org's Board of Directors meeting, and then attended the San Mateo County Visitors Bureau mixer over in Burlingame. And that's always kind of fun because you get there, and I passed out some of the Pacifica Jack cheese there, which was actually one chunk because it was the raffle prize, drawing prize. I also I think they talked to all 5 of us, police chief interviews for the new police chief, what we kind of wanted in the new police chief. And I wanted to thank Tiger for he attended the library JPA meeting in my stead. For some reason I had a whole lot of things scheduled, and it all just happened at the same time that meeting was taking place, and he was there, so he took my spot, which was, I wanted to thank him for that. I also attended the Filoli League of Cities thing with my fellow council members. I also just looking at the rest of these things. I also attended Fog Fest, rode in the fire truck. Thank you to the fire department for that. I tend to be usually in the front seat though in December, so it was kind of nice riding in the back. There's a little different perspective on it and everything. And Fog Fest really did seem to be very busy. I gotta say, I think it was one of the hottest Fog Fests on Saturday. Not so much Sunday, but Saturday was really pretty hot. But it was fun to see everybody visit and to see life coming back to whatever the new normal is now. So that was it.
Thanks, Mike. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to go through this quickly. I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 14th. Wasn't able to stay for the whole thing, but I was there for Katie Brookshire, who is one of the co-owners of Table Wine, who gave a very excellent presentation of her business and how the development of her business over time from their original location in Lindemar Shopping Center and then the move to Sharp Park. Successes and learnings along the way. And she gave some great perspectives on the increasing vibrancy of the small businesses in Sharp Park and how excited she was to be part of that. She gave a really interesting anecdote about how a few times ago, under a previous city manager, economic development manager had tried to recruit her to move to Sharp Park and thought it would be so fantastic to have her business in Sharp Park. And she said, oh no, that will never happen. And here she is and thrilled to be where she is. And so it just shows how you never know how things are going to turn out. And so that was wonderful. I had to leave that meeting to go to a very exciting training that I learned so much and was so thrilled to prepare to participate in something that I ended up not being able to participate in. But I wanted to share with you, it was through the Resource Conservation District, and it was the first flush training, which I became aware of through, I think, I'm not sure how, probably through the Rotary Climate Action Team, but I'm not sure now. And what it really is getting ready at the very first big rain of the year when there is sustained runoff to have folks that have been trained to go out and collect samples. Of course, we have people in our community that have been doing it for years. This has been going on since the year 2000 that they have recorded data. To capture water samples at specific locations where creek outfalls flow to the ocean in terms of and trying to gauge what the contamination rates are, because of course we have so many potential contaminants that are that get into the groundwater. This year they added another test they're doing for pesticides. And so when we're talking the northernmost collection spot is at the San Pedro Creek outfall near the north end of San Pedro Shopping Center, you know, where it goes under Highway 1. And then there are spots all the way down Montera, all the way down in Half Moon Bay and south of Half Moon Bay at different creeks and outfall spots. And so I was trained, I was getting ready, I had my bag packed, I was on call, I was ready to go. And we had that rain on Sunday. They thought that was going to be the first flush, but it wasn't quite enough rain. And so it turned out first flush really was on Monday. I think it went over to Monday, or maybe it was Tuesday of that week. And I had to go to work that morning. So I am publicly thanking John Keener and Roger Maceo for carrying forward with our team and doing the collection as they have been doing for many years. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity maybe next year to participate in that. The Pacifica Democrats meeting was very enlightening. We talked about the ballot measures, statewide ballot measures. And that was the first time I'd actually presented a couple of them, and I learned what I left out. So next time I'll be a little more thorough in my presentation. Very good and thorough questions from the audience. So that was great. And I had that very great, distinct pleasure to sit in for Councilmember Vaterlas at the CCAG meeting because she had a conflicting meeting that night. And so one little thing to share is if you drive Highway 101 at all, you've been seeing the signs about the high occupancy vehicle lanes and the toll lanes that are already operating heading in southbound direction, but going north from Whipple Avenue north, they're going to be in effect as of early 2023. They think that the tolling will probably begin in February. And it suddenly brought to my mind, I mean, you see these signs on the freeway forever and go, oh yeah, it's not done yet, it's not done yet. But suddenly it's going to be done. And you need to have a special transponder when you drive. I didn't even know this. It's through Fast Track. And it actually has a switch on it. So that if you were going to drive in those lanes, you can have either free or reduced tolling if you have the right number of people in the car with you. But the only way the transponder knows that is if you flick the switch on the transponder. So you have to get a different, like Fast Track machine, transponder that you have in your car. The one I have has no switch on it. So I will be going to this website, 101expresslanes.org, to learn all about timing, how to get that transponder, etc. Because I went, oh, I mean, we don't travel it a lot, but it would be nice to be prepared. So I'm going to be looking into that myself. There was a great presentation about greenhouse gas reductions and how transportation and the state goals for carbon neutrality by 2045. And the biggest takeaway for me is around vehicle miles traveled and the need to reduce driving our vehicles, basically. And the takeaway, when you talk about in these lofty, greenhouse gas reduction goals, but when you bring it right down to it, my biggest takeaway was we need to be looking at reducing your average vehicle miles traveled from 25 miles a day to 19 miles a day, or even 17 miles a day. It's like if everybody did that, we would meet our goal. And that brought to my mind, my husband, when he was commuting further than that every day. So what would that mean? That would mean him not driving to work, in the way that he does, right? That would mean making a change. So if two people drive together, that's half as much. I mean, it's when we grapple with this all the time, living on the coast. Well, how do you get there? We don't really have good public transportation to get there. So, and not every employer has the Bauer van or, some other means of getting us to have multiple people in a vehicle instead of one. And so in light of all of it, we're learning about the increased availability of electric vehicles and all of that, it's starting to, all the pieces are clicking into place for me. So I just wanted to reinforce that and mention that to everyone. And then the third thing about that meeting that was so fun and exciting, having heard the mayor talk about being part of the Bike and Ped Committee for the county for CCAG and scoring different applications, I got to cast the vote on behalf in Councilmember Vaurlas's stead for the One Bay Area Grant Program, OBAG 3, which included the Pacifica project and moves our project to the next phase of approval for Sharp Park. And fingers crossed, we won't hear until early in the year if it's been approved by MTC. I'm hopeful that it will be, but it will bring over $2.1 million of bike and pedestrian lane work to Sharp Park. And that is super exciting and very fun to see all those threads come together and be there and be part of that. So thank you for that opportunity. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for talking about that project. It's really exciting. I also attended the CCAG Bike and Pedestrian Committee meeting and we discussed that there as well. So hopefully that'll go through to MTC and we'll see what happens. We also discussed the micromobility pilot project that will be coming up, and I'll give you more information about that as we move forward. Thank you for talking about Katie at Table Wine. She sure did give an engaging presentation to EDC, Economic Development Committee. And another thing we talked about that night was moving forward with Brews and Blues, or is it Blues and Brews? Did I say it backwards? I think it's Brews and Blues. Anyway, there's going to be a really cool event coming in October, Brews and Blues. I'll just put it like that. And then, of course, we talked about the Shop Pacifica program. So there's a lot of really good things going on with our Economic Development Committee. So it's been really good to be there. I see a couple of hands up. Did you want to say something now, or either one of you?
Well, after you give your communication, good night.
I just wanted to say too that Katie was passing out cards at Fog Fest to remind all the small businesses that they're going to do a Palmetto event the day after Thanksgiving. So save the date. The small businesses are going to have an event that day. And that's really a great thing. And they're planning way ahead. She also said she's planning for Pride for next year, which is really good. And it's going to be a much bigger event than it was. So we look forward to that. And I wanted to tell you that the transponders, I've actually had that transponder for several years now. And instead of being the big giant thing, it's a little tiny it's so much better than the old one. So do get those newer transponders.
Thanks, Sue. Love that. Where was I? Okay. I want to talk about the age-friendly celebration. You know, all of the work that has been done for the age to keep Pacifica an age-friendly city has been done by Roy Ernst. He has led the charge through the entire process for the last 3 years. And also PRC in partnership with the Pacifica Resource Center, who are doing housing presentations to our seniors, talking about how to apply for senior housing and you know, how to go through the process. So there's been a couple presentations on that. So that's one of the arms of the age-friendly city program. The other arm is the transportation arm, which is through senior services, and it's the Catch a Ride program, the CARS program, where seniors can get taxi rides for $5 one way and can also include their friends. So that's a really awesome program happening through senior services. And then we have Cindy Abbott, who's working on the age-friendly business program. So we're going to be moving forward with that coming up. So definitely all the work has been done by other people. So I just wanted to make that very clear that Roy is definitely in charge of that. So thank you, Roy, so much always. It was a pleasure to be at the Coastal Cleanup Day. We got to hear everyone honor Jim and Anna, who were the original founders of the Beach Coalition. So that was really great. Thank you, Lynn Adams and the Pacific Beach Coalition for always having that such a wonderful event for our community. I also went to the Fioli event. Oh, and then you mentioned Pride. And so I'm a new board member on Coast Pride. I just got my orientation and had our first meeting. So we will be partnering with the city of Pacifica and others to talk about, so we'll be debriefing last year's Pride event and then moving forward with our planning. So we have a meeting scheduled for October 4th. So that's really great that we get to move forward with that. And Katie is definitely a force to be reckoned with there. And now, okay, yeah, let's talk about the Fog Fest. Wow. Thank you to the Fog Fest organizing group. It was amazing to be back. It was delightful, to say the least. The parade was awesome. The vendors were awesome. The music was awesome. It was just a whole bunch of fun. And, you know, I had a work booth there as well. So we were talking to all the young people about substance use and talking to tiny little kids about mental health and asking them, what's something you can do to help yourself feel better when you're mad or sad? And they're like, take deep breaths. Like, if someone would have taught me that when I was 4 years old, my life would have been so much better. So it's really wonderful to see how education has changed and how our young people are learning to have different coping mechanisms. So all these things like happened at the Fog Fest. And so, yeah, I cannot express my gratitude. It was so much fun. So that's it for me. Tiger, did you want to say something?
Absolutely. So I always begin by remembering Ukraine in my thoughts and my prayers. I too attended the Democrats meeting. I too attended Rancho Day. As Mike alluded to, I attended the library JPA meeting in his stead. Some of the highlights were the Big Lift presentation and about how there's a 1.5 month gain in reading growth for the kids who are a part of the Big Lift program, which is huge rather than losing some of the learning over the course of the school year. They maintain and might even grow a bit off of these programs that come out of our local libraries. We approved the adopted budget for 22-23, and they have this very cool pitch program that this was their first in-person meeting in years since COVID, and they have this pitch program component that they do where during their staff development day, the staff will pitch programs that they think would be cool, and the most popular ones will be implemented. So some of the winners this year, there was one where they're going to put period supplies in the women's restrooms. Thought that was very cool. They'll start loaning out karaoke machines. Art supplies will be on loan. And swim passes. They've already had programs for park passes and museum passes. They're going to try and get together with local pools so that folks who maybe have trouble getting a swim pass over the course of the summer will have accessibility. They also made sure we knew that state tutoring has become available. And the bittersweet news was we didn't get the grant funding through the state for our library that we had applied for. However, we are still in the running for phase 2 of the grant program. So we're still in it, even though we didn't get it this round. And then the next JPA meeting will be in person in Atherton on the 14th of November. And then I kind of followed Councilmember O'Neill to the local agency formation commission meeting, which he talked about. It was interesting hearing how the county is doing their housing element. And just in general, watching the meeting was interesting. I attended Filoli. We had a Peninsula Clean Energy retreat. It was a 4.5-hour meeting, a little longer than our normal meetings. They began by giving us an update on the diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion policy that we've been working on rigorously for a while. We're not quite ready for prime time yet, but they made sure to stress that PCE commits to making diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion a priority during decision making, up to and including the meeting we had this Thursday. And so it was a big overarching meeting for how we're doing with our strategic plan. The two specific things that are the big picture we're rigorously working on it is the 24/7 clean energy by 2025. The idea being that even if we accrue enough clean energy into our system, it's not necessarily being used during off-peak hours. And so technically we're 100% clean energy, and yet there's these times where we have to borrow off the grid and it's not necessarily clean energy. So what we're trying to do is build up where we get our energy to the point where we don't have to go off the grid for unclean energy during those off-peak times. So the interesting part of that conversation had to do with overbuilding our system. In order to get to that point where we're 100% 24/7 clean energy, we have to way overbuild. And what was interesting was 99% 24/7 was like way less of an overbuild than 100% 24/7. So there's financial discussions that come into play depending on how we move in that direction, but it seems like a strong place to start might wind up being 99%, and then we figure out how to kill that last 1% to get ourselves to the 24/7 goal. The other major goal is decarbonization by 2035, which largely boils down to statewide policies and incentives that'll be kicking in 2030, 2031, around that area, to help folks to electrify where otherwise gas would be the go-to. So as we're discussing on the local level, whether or not we want to do burnout code for current development, the state is already kind of starting to make sure that we can get there, regardless of how quickly we on the local level wind up getting there. So that's good news. Interesting statistic, over $100 million has been saved for our customers over 6 years. And the next PCE meeting will be on the 27th of October at 6:30. And that having been said, Fog Fest. Well, First Council of Cities in Foster City, one fact that Sue left out was that when they passed the bond measure for their seawall, it was an 81% approval, which I think was a beautiful thing. And of course, it was great to see Lewis' son. So Fog Fest, so much has been said already. It was great to ride in the old fire truck, but really just seeing so many people. Just walking up and down, I was going back and forth between my preferred booths and between various music and food, and just every other step was another person. That first day, I felt like I hadn't accessed all of the names of the people I knew in so long because I haven't seen them in so long. And so like every time I saw somebody I hadn't seen for 2 years, I remembered their name 30 seconds late. And just over and over again, that was the experience. And so having our community come together finally was a beautiful thing to behold. Excited for the housing element meeting coming up on Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Excited for the special council reach code meeting that will be happening tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And I'm sure City Manager will be reminding us of both. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We will pass it over to City Manager Kevin Woodhouse.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Beer and Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, and thank you for that segue, Mayor Pro Tem, about the upcoming City Council meetings. It's a busy week this week, as was mentioned. In addition to tonight's meeting, tomorrow night is a study session regarding the triennial building codes update, including reach codes, and Peninsula Clean Energy representatives will be on hand to help us during that conversation. And again, it's a study session, so it's really a initial high-level talk and input about what options exist and what the actual state required building code updates will be, and then high level about options related to reach codes. Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. is the first housing element community engagement workshop. And we're hoping for a good crowd on that. Again, this one, it continues to be 100% virtual. I'll give a little overview, and the rough agenda will be posted up on the Housing Element webpage. But an overview of what the agenda will be for the night is, of course, welcoming and meeting logistics, a high-level view of why we're holding this, why we're doing the housing element update, why it matters in introducing the housing element. We'll discuss needs and trends. There'll be a discussion about sites and policies overview, but this workshop is not intended to get into specific site discussions. That is part of the late October workshop after initial analysis of sites is completed. We also, in the virtual environment, hope to break up into small group discussions for community members to talk with community members. Everybody's probably used to the sort of the breakout format for those discussions, and then talk about next steps. So that's a high-level overview of the agenda for Wednesday night. So we have those two meetings this week. I was really disappointed to miss the return of Fog Fest this year due to a family obligation that took me out of state. But I saw pictures and I heard lots of information and reports back about it, and it was a huge success. I know there was a little snafu with the city tent or one of the city tents, but I want to thank the employees that really rallied on the spot and were flexible, and we combined all the information together into one tent, and we were able to really answer a lot of questions and provide a lot of information to the community. We ran out of Shop Pacifica flyers, and so had to go print more of those and make those available. So that's a great thing. And it was, again, I was kind of bummed to miss it. And of course, it's always great weather, at least, one of the days, and I heard that it was. We did get a great kind of aerial, using the city's bucket truck, aerial photograph of Palmetto during Fog Fest by Stephen Johnson. And so that's a picture that will definitely be used because it's an impressive one. So forthcoming on that. I also did want to announce that our chipper program, grant-funded chipper program, is coming back in November, and beginning this week, information will be provided out and connect with Pacifica. The dates and locations again are November 7th. There's a route through Lindemar, Park Pacifica, and November 9th, Lindemar Southern area routes, Rosita, Perez, and more. That will be the focus of continuing the grant-funded chipper program, using up the previous grant money that we were awarded. So I hope we get great participation in that program again, as we have in the past. And that completes my comment.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now move on.
Tiger has his hand up.
Tiger has his hand up.
I wouldn't mind a brief bio break, but I did want to say while Kevin was on that I've been seeing Elizabeth doing the reach out for the housing element at the farmers market. And it's been really good to see her now 2 weeks in a row and seeing the outreach that the city's doing. I'm looking forward to them on Wednesday again.
Bio break sounds just fine. We'll come back at 8:32.
Hi, Emily.
Good evening. Hello.
Good evening, Emily. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Waiting for Sue Beckmeyer. There she is. Okay, everybody. We're going to move on now to our public hearing. This is agenda item number 10, consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval with conditions of Coastal Development Permit CDP 437-22 to establish an on-street temporary safe parking program space on the west side of Francisco Boulevard, public right-of-way. So this is a continued public hearing and is now in order to continue council deliberations, but I would like to invite the consideration to reopen the public hearing, to hear a staff report, hear from our appellant, public comment. In order to do that, we need a motion and a vote.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, for reopening the public hearing, I have a motion by by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and a second by Councilmember O'Neill. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer. And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So first, we're going to hear the presentation from our staff, from Christian Murdoch and Bonnie O'Connor, and then we'll hear from the appellant, the North Coast County Water District, represented by General Manager Adrian Carr.
And Mayor Beer, if I may, it might be good as a reminder, although this is a continuation meeting, to have Special Counsel Longfellow just briefly explain why she is participating tonight for context.
Sure. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to that. As I mentioned last time at the initial hearing, I'm participating because in this unique case, the city is the applicant for this coastal development permit, and in order to advise the council and keep the roles of the city staff as the advocate for the project, and myself as special counsel to advise you as the city council, that's why I'm here participating tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bonnie, hello, how are you doing?
Good evening, I'm doing well, thank you. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I am Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. The item before you is the consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of Coastal Development Permit CDP 437-22. Next slide. The Planning Commission approved the Coastal Development Permit for the reservation of a 30-foot by 10-foot parking spot on existing public right-of-way, and for the installation of pole signs and pavement markings to establish one on-street temporary safe parking program space on the west side of Francisco Boulevard, just north of Clarendon Road intersection. The appeal before the council is narrow in regards to the coastal development permit and the Coastal Act consistency of the one spot on Francisco Boulevard, and must be decided on those merits. Next slide. In February 2022, the City Council adopted Resolution 12-2022 and introduced Ordinance 873 to approve the Temporary Safe Parking Program, or TSPP, for a period of 3 years. The Council adopted the reference ordinance in March 2022. Among other things, the TSP exempts vehicles parked in the program spaces from the 72-hour parking limitation and provides up to 13 parking spaces for exclusive use by program participants living in an operational RV, trailer, or motorhome with operating toilet facilities. The program would allow the temporary parking while program participants seek permanent housing solutions. The resolution also authorized the Senate manager to execute an operations agreement between the City of Pacifica and the Pacifica Resource Center, or PRC, which details the terms, provisions, and obligations of the PRC and the city to implement the program. The effective date of the operations agreement was April 2022. Approval of the TSPP recognized that 3 locations and 5 parking spaces total, including the location of the subject of this evening's appeal hearing, would require city approval of the Coastal Development Permit, or CDP, prior to commencement of the TSPP at these locations. Next slide. On May 16th, the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2022-012 by a vote of 5-0 with 2 abstentions, finding that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and approving with conditions CDP 437-22. And on May 26, 2022, the North Coast County Water District submitted an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Coastal Development Permit. Next slide. On August 8, 2022, the City Council opened and closed the public hearing and deliberated on the appeal. In addition to the appellant's original basis for appeal during the public hearing, the appellant argued additional claims that are addressed on future slides. City Council continued the hearing to this evening to provide staff time to conduct a feasibility assessment on alternative program spaces suggested by the appellant on the appellant's property. Staff conducted a joint site visit to one of the alternative sites suggested by the appellant, located near the intersection of Skyline Boulevard and Sharp Park Road. Staff believes there would be significant barriers to using the site for the program, including completion of necessary improvements to the property, zoning review, and access/use agreements, among other things. Staff continues to maintain that consideration of any alternative sites outside of the scope of the appeal is outside of the scope of the appeal. As shared with the appellant in the city manager's August 25th letter, the ACLU has taken the position that withholding this parking spot from the program is in violation of our settlement agreement and could lead to an additional legal challenge from the ACLU. Next slide, please. The appellant's initial appeal provided 6 bases summarized in this slide. Staff recommends rejection of all bases. Next slide, please. As further detailed in the staff report, staff summarized responses to the appellant's basis for the appeals are as follows. To the appellant's claim that the temporary safe parking program is inconsistent with the city's adopted local coastal program, staff finds that the project would support Coastal Act Policy number 2 and number 5, and the program is consistent with the local coastal land use program. To the appellant's claim that the program will interfere with the district's ability to provide essential public services and with the district's construction of its new headquarters, staff's response is that there is no evidence that the program or the project will negatively impact the emergency operations at the facility by inhibiting the flow of traffic and parking around the district's facility. The project site is currently used by the public for on-street parking and is not reserved for any purpose. Any future construction or development on the district's property is speculative. The appellant's claim that the city is required to review the program de novo, which encompasses the right to present additional evidence and claims. Staff response is that the council, pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Section 9-4.3208, subsection C, the council may either approve, deny, or modify the coastal development permit approved by Planning Commission for the Francisco space, and not the temporary safe program itself, because the program was approved by council through a separate process. Next slide, please. To the appellant's claim that the city failed to provide adequate notice of the ordinance implementing the program and must hold a new hearing on the appeal to validate the ordinance, staff response is that the city was not required to provide any notice pursuant to government code because the program ordinance does not constitute an amendment to the city's planning and zoning code or the city's general plan. The TSPP ordinance was adopted pursuant to the vehicle code and the city's regulations relating to parking. Although not obligated, the city provided notice of the public to the public of the meeting where the TSPP would be considered. To the appellant's claim that the district reserves the right to challenge the city's determination for the parking and housing ordinance, and the appellant argues that the program or program ordinance does not fit within the scope of CEQA exemptions identified by the city because the appellant contends that allowing long-term parking of RVs equates to temporary housing. Staff's response is that the consideration of the council is limited to the approval, denial, or modification of the coastal development permit issued by the Planning Commission. Since the issue of the city's determination for the program is not relevant to the issuance of the CDP, staff does not find the claim applicable. Nonetheless, staff finds that the temporary safe parking program and the approval of the city does not equate to temporary housing, and the city's CEQA determination for the TSPP is appropriate. To the appellant's claim that the city has the authority to and should select the alternative location to the Francisco Boulevard, staff's response is that the Planning Commission's action related to the coastal development permit on May 16th was focused on determining whether the project is appropriate or not with respect to the finding required for the coastal development permit. Pursuant to the Pacifica Municipal Code, the council may either approve, deny, or modify the coastal development permit approved by the Planning Commission, and the program sites would need to be amended through a different process if the council was inclined to amend the program site. Next slide, please. During the August 8th public hearing, the appellant raised additional claims that will be addressed on this slide. The first additional claim is that no CDP can be approved for the temporary safe parking program spaces until the Coastal Commission appeals that are pending on the Bradford Way and the San Pedro Avenue parking locations have been heard, and the Coastal Commission's potential enforcement action has been resolved. Staff's response is that the Coastal Commission's appeal have no bearing on the City Council appeal hearing, and the City Council's appeal hearing is a separate legal and administrative process from the Coastal Commission appeals. Additionally, the Coastal Commission staff's recommendation has not been adjudicated, and no enforcement action against the city has been made. The appellant's claim also conflates the city's oversized vehicle ordinance, or OSV ordinance, and the TSGP. The OSV ordinance restricts locations where oversized vehicles could park in the city due to safety impacts on the roadway users. The TSGP is functionally and legally independent of the OSV ordinance. Furthermore, the subject of the CDP, if approved by the City Council, would authorize the TSGP at the Francisco Boulevard location consistent with the Pacifica's local coastal program. Lastly, there's no current enforcement action against the city for the Coastal Act violation in relation to the TSGP. Next slide, please. The second claim added by the appellant is that the CEQA exemption asserted by the city are legally invalid and that the city was required to file a notice of exemption. Staff's response to this claim is that the appellant's CEQA claims are speculative and not supported by substantial evidence. As it pertains to a Class 1 exemption, Francisco Boulevard is a street already extensively used for oversized vehicle habitation, and the temporary safe parking program involves negligible or no expansion of this use. As it pertains to Class 4 categorical exemptions, activities authorized by this exemption are not required to be temporary. Even so, there is no standard for temporary, and because the TSPP is implemented impermanent, and only authorized for 3 years, the activity evaluated for the CDP qualifies as temporary. There is no evidence of permanent effects on the environment from the subject CDP, and lastly, the activity in the CDP is separately and fully covered under the Class 1 exemption. Staff would also like to add that there has not been any changes to the program, any changed circumstances, or any new information since the city's adopted resolution of 12-2022 on February 28th that would warrant any supplemental, subsequent, or additional environmental review of the program or the project. As it pertains to the general rule exemption, the TSPP and the CDP are not the OSV ordinance. The TSPP is functionally and legally independent of the OSV ordinance. The subject of the appeal pertains only to the coastal development permit that has been appealed and not the TSPP or the OSV ordinance. There's no evidence in the record of significant environmental impacts from the single TSPP parking space at issue in the subject CDP, including traffic safety, given ability to safely site a program vehicle in the subject location as determined by the city engineer. Finally, pursuant to Public Resource Code, when an agency determines that a project is exempt, it may file a notice exemption, but is not required to make any such filing. For the stated reasons, staff recommends rejection of both these additional claims. Next slide. For the reasons stated in this presentation and those more fully detailed in the staff report, staff recommends that the City Council find the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Class 1 and 4 categorical exemptions and the common sense exemption, and that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the coastal development permit. Additionally, Commissioner Greg Wright is present tonight as the Planning Commission liaison for the item. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. I appreciate you in your presentation. It's time for our appellants.
Excuse me for my interruption, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to confirm prior to your allowing the appellant to speak that they should get the typical allotted time for such items, which my understanding is 10 minutes with 3 reserved for rebuttal if they so choose.
Correct.
Thank you
so much. So with us tonight, we have the North Coast County Water District Representative and General Manager, Adrian Carr. Good evening, Adrian. No, I don't see you.
Mayor Beer, I'd just like to ask if at this time the council would like me to promote the appellant representatives.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we have a couple more people joining us this evening.
Thanks, Adrian.
Director Joshua Cosgrove and Director Ann DeJarnett would also like to make some comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And give me one moment while I adjust the time. Ms. Carr, I will adjust the timer down from the 10 minutes if you'd like to reserve some time, up to 3 minutes for rebuttal.
That's fine.
So is that you would like to reserve 3 minutes for rebuttal and take 7 minutes for your presentation now?
That sounds like an okay plan, and then we'll see what we get when we get to the 7 minutes. How's that sound?
Sure,
okay.
Sure. So I'll set the timer and I'll display the timer while you are presenting.
Okay. I think first we will have Joshua Cosgrove, and let me see, has Ann DeJarnett joined the meeting yet?
Yes. Yes, we do have Ann DeJarnett as a panelist.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Good evening, Josh.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The board wants to work with you, the City Council, to resolve this spot. The board worked hard together to develop alternate spots, and we greatly appreciate the council's action in August to continue this hearing. Unfortunately, I believe there is pressure you all on the council are feeling from the city attorney or the city manager that the ACLU will sue you again if you uphold our appeal or continue the hearing. Because of this, I called Bill Freeman, the lead attorney with the ACLU, on Friday, and I discussed this alternate spot with him. He was kind enough to talk to me on a Friday evening, and we had a very positive conversation. I reviewed with him the location on Sharp Park Road. I also told him that the board is willing to partner with the city and fund a spot at the RV park on Palmetto to give us time, 6 months, 8 months, to give us time to work through the challenges on the Sharp Park Road site. I also talked to Anita Reese on Friday, and she thought it was a great time to talk to the RV park about a spot that is 6 months or longer. So again, I want to say I had a very positive conversation with Bill Freeman about all of this. He specifically said I could tell you all in the council tonight that as long as the spot is not in Siberia, and by this I interpreted him to mean he and his clients would consider the alternative spot. He said to me that the ACLU and his clients do not want to sue. They just want 13 spots. He also said he would go back and talk to his clients about my conversation with him and about this alternate spot. If we are working together to fill another spot or potentially 2 spots on Sharp Park Road, and if we are providing a spot at the RV park for 6 months or so to work through the challenges, I believe we can solve this. General Manager Carr and Director DeJarnett will also speak, but right now I'll close. I am asking respectfully you all in the council to either uphold the North Coast appeal or to continue the item again so that we can work together. This is your chance to lead and work with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going next. Good evening, and again, thank you for your action on August 8th. We really appreciate the council took action to continue the hearing and direct staff to work with the district on alternative sites. This allowed the time for the district and the city to work on this issue, and we did have 2 productive meetings with city staff and believe that the district proposed alternative site is a promising alternative site for the TSPP. Tonight, the district respectfully requests that the City Council approve the appeal or continue the hearing to allow more time to resolve this issue. The district also supports the city staff alternative action to refer the matter back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. The city's program is not a parking program. It is a temporary housing program. The district's facilities at 2400 Francisco Boulevard serve as the district's headquarters and corporation yard. The district facilities include the board meeting room where the district holds all its board and committee meetings. It has all the district staff offices. It's where the district's customers pay the bills and come to interact with staff. And it's the place where much of the district's equipment and materials are stored for maintenance and repair projects, including emergency response repairs. In short, our Francisco Boulevard site is the hub for all district operations and where all district customers come for anything related to the district. The district wants to continue to work with the city to relocate this one temporary housing parking spot. The district recognizes that there may be some items that need to be worked through with the alternative locations, and the district is committed to continuing to work through those items in order to relocate this parking spot. As Director Cosgrove said, the district is willing to consider other alternatives that may include financial assistance with the relocation of the spot, for example, to help pay for necessary improvements at a proposed location or to help pay for a spot, as he said, at the San Francisco RV Park. The district would have preferred to collaborate with the city on temporary housing parking spots when the city was evaluating where these 13 spots would be located earlier, like back in 2021 or early 2022. But that didn't happen. So let's do it now, and it's really already underway. And now I'm going to turn it over to Director DeJarnett. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address our colleagues on the City Council. The district disagrees with the city's legal position, and we understand that the City Council may agree with the district's legal position. The district's legal team is present and ready to respond to any questions the City Council has about the district's legal position. We understand the pressure the city is under to implement the temporary safe parking program. We are here before you because we want to resolve this quickly and amiably and continue the good working relationship and collaboration that the Water District and the City Council have had for many years. We ask the City Council to consider how it would feel if a temporary housing spot was placed right in front of the City Hall or in front of the City Council chambers or in the parking lot, because that is proposed for our district headquarters, which includes our Board of Directors chambers. The Water District Board of Directors asked the City Council to look at the greater good and what is best for the residents of Pacifica, who both the city and the district serve, that we both serve the same people. Because we seem to be sort of in the middle of this issue and not close to resolution yet, I think what we really need is more time to come to an agreement. So the district respectfully requests that the City Council either approve the appeal or continue the appeal hearing to allow more time to resolve the issue, because it appears that time is the thing that's really we're short of. The district also supports the city staff alternative action to refer the matter back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and your presentation. We're going to now open up public comment.
Mayor Beer, our first speaker is William Bradford, followed by Suzanne Moore. When you're given permission to speak, please state your name for the record, and your time will begin.
My name is William Bradford. I would like to concur with all the arguments the district has and expand those arguments to the residents of Pacifica and all of the other 12 sites that you've identified, along with the 2 miles of publicized parking for oversized vehicles that you are offering on your website for anybody without permit, without anybody knowing who they are or where they're from or anything, and they can stay there for 72 hours. You have failed the CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, by not ordering an environmental impact report for this program, and you have failed the trust of your constituents for not notifying them of this process and letting them voice their opinion before you finalized it. So I hope that you as the city council currently will realize your failure in this regard. And if you're still around after November, or if you're a new council member, you will realize that you can't lock out your constituents in such an important and vital decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Moore, you're our next speaker, followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Suzanne Moore, homeowner in Pacifica, and I live 4 blocks from 5 spaces currently occupied by participants in Pacifica's safe parking program. I hear concerns of North County Water District and Perfect Pour Cafe. I understand the Water District was willing to suggest an alternative space, which I hope would not be too isolated for a single motorhome participant in this safe parking program. I don't think there's Siberia here in Pacifica. I hope that a solution can be found that the safe parking program can reach its intended capacity and continue efforts to provide safe parking as a path towards permanent housing for our unhoused. I do have concerns that this appeal and Coastal Commission efforts are creating unintended consequences. Some few members of the community seem to be increasing harassment against participants in the safe parking program and are homeless. I ask that the commission, the city, and the water district do what it can to de-escalate current feelings of ill will and consider solutions that provide safety for both our homeless and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Christine Bowles, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by user named Chris.
Good evening again. This is Christine Bowles, a resident of Manor. First, I just want to say that I support our safe parking program and the 13 spaces that we need to provide as part of the settlement with the ACLU, and just also that I trust the PRC and reviewing the applications and then running the program well. They've got a proven track record in doing that. I'm disappointed that we're continuing this discussion and continuing to spend legal fees again on both sides, of both the water district and the city, because conversations were not had early on about this particular parking space, as was argued in the previous appeal hearing. The water district and the council do both serve our residents, as Ann DeJarnett said well, and residents don't want to pay for another lawsuit. We have better things to spend our money on, and providing for our poor is one of those. So I really encourage you to continue trying to work with the water district to continue this item and or refer it back to the Planning Commission so that we can find an alternative space. I really object to the staff argument saying that the water district's building is speculative in nature. They have been very clear about the need for a new building and have raised our water rates to help pay for that project. They have applied for a permit for that project. It is not speculative. It is something that they have decided that the city needs, and we need to support that. This is an agency that we cannot survive without, and we should be working with them and not fighting with them, and we should not be wasting our precious resources on attorneys. So please support the appeal, send it back, or continue the item as requested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Redfield. Good evening. Planning staff for their ongoing work on the temporary safe parking program. I 100% support staff's recommendation to deny this selfish, frivolous appeal by North Coast County Water District Management. I find their appeal of this designated spot to be both ignorant and arrogant. This 30 by 10 spot will not affect their current day-to-day operations, nor will it affect emergency operations in any way as they contend. The plans for the district's new building will not be affected either, with the exception of the elimination of ill-conceived diagonal parking on Francisco that would not be approved anyway. North Coast County Water District should be embarrassed filing this appeal, essentially double dipping ratepayers and Pacificans with legal costs on both sides for NIMBY-like frivolous reasons. City staff has done considerable, outstanding work, clearly showing the district's appeal doesn't hold water. Please stay in your lane by continuing to provide a clean and adequate supply of water to Pacificans. That is your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There are no other hands raised, Mayor Beer.
Thank you so much. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation.
I think they have 3 minute rebuttal.
Sorry. How much time do they have left, Sarah?
They have 3 minutes and 14 seconds left.
3 minutes and 14 seconds. Okay, thank you. We can do that now.
And I'll go ahead and begin the timer once they begin their rebuttal.
Okay.
I don't have any more comments, but I'll turn it to our two directors to see if they have any desire to make any more comments.
Sure. Thank you, Adrian.
This is Joshua. I just appreciate your consideration. I'm good though. Thank you.
Okay.
I have to agree with Director Cosgrove. I too said what I wanted to say. I'm just very concerned that we serve the same population and we are so close, yet we are so far away. And I think that with a little more time, we probably could settle this very well, and everybody would be satisfied with the outcome. So I would urge you to continue the hearing if possible. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now we'll bring it back to council.
If I may just interject prior to council deliberation on this item, just as a point of information that similar to the August 8th meeting, the issue before the council tonight, again, is whether or not to approve, deny, or modify the permit as is described in the city's application and as it was presented and considered by the Planning Commission. It isn't within the city council's discretion and jurisdiction tonight in considering this appeal to make decisions with respect to the desirability of any alternative sites, and any determination with respect to this could still occur through an alternative process, however, not through this appeal hearing. So thank you.
And Mayor Beer, if I may add on to what Ms. Longfellow just said, I was going to state a similar thing and to say that at the last hearing, the council did direct as a separate matter for city staff to work with the water district staff in evaluating alternative sites, and we've begun that process. Those sites are very complex, but yes, that's a separate matter from the narrowness of this appeal consideration. And then one other comment I did want to make is just to be sure to point out that, 5 of the program parking spots are virtually in front of our city hall. They're in front of our Public Works Municipal Corporation yard, which services an immense amount of permit activity and visitors. So I just wanted to make sure to point that out as clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for clarification. I was going to say something similar, and frankly, if the roads in front of City Hall were not so narrow, I probably would advocate for putting the parking program there. Also, to be clear, the pressures I feel are neither from City Manager nor from City Attorney, but from the ACLU and from the folks whom are sincerely seeking stable housing. I wanted to ask Ms. Longfellow, did you hear anything that was new tonight that you hadn't heard before? Is there a legal angle that perhaps we hadn't heard before that we may have missed and we should consider more robustly than we've had to look at in the past? Is there anything legally speaking that we're missing? Thank you.
Sure, thank you for that question. My interpretation of what was heard tonight and the additional comments that were submitted by the Water District are similar to what were raised before. I think the substance in the record still shows that there is substantial evidence in the record that the City Council could deny this appeal in its discretion and uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Thank you very much. If no one's chomping at the bit, I can start in terms of deliberation. So I was otherwise inclined to vote to deny the appeal at the last meeting and did a lot of wrestling with what to my sensibility is a fairly clear legal record for denying the appeal. And I suspended that predilection for the sake of trying to work with North Coast County Water District, which I'm still hoping that after we are through tonight, we will still have the opportunity of doing. I appreciate North Coast County Water District's approach that they'd prefer to work with us collaboratively to address their concerns by finding a mutually beneficial alternative path. To those ends, the council has formed an ad hoc subcommittee to work with North Coast County Water District to address their concerns, but that process is separate from this appeal determination and does not impact my decision on the appeal. And again, I reference that it strikes me based on the merits of the appeal, I have enough evidence in front of me to deny the appeal, though because I will be voting to deny the appeal. Personally, that doesn't mean I don't want to, after this appeal hearing, continue to work with NCCWD, but rather I think that this is, legally speaking, separate from the collaboration I would wish to do. And after denying this appeal, I would hope that we as a city still have the opportunity of seeking what hopefully will work in our mutual best interests and will make extra effort to open communication and go from here rather than this being an ending. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to see if the Planning Commissioner, Greg Wright, has any comments he wishes to make.
I'm happy to review what it is we went over at Planning Commission, but I do believe this is in your purview as far as making a decision goes. So the commission did struggle with this issue. As you know, our first vote, in fact, failed to pass. Proximity to the water department was one of our considerations. And in fact, we added condition number 5 to partially alleviate some of this concern by asking for Public Works to file a report with the city manager and requiring water department input. With that in place, to establish an effort to open up communication, we were able to pass it as conditioned. So it is my hope too that we can all work together to get this resolved. But it is for you to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks for being here tonight. Okay, I'll go ahead. So I heard some new things tonight. I heard some things about the ACLU. A name was thrown out, Bill Freeman. Do we know who Bill Freeman is? It was. Do any of our attorneys recognize the name? I'm just curious because
so, Madam Mayor, I can respond to that, even though I am not responding on the appeal, but I can talk to you about the ACLU.
Okay.
And related to that litigation. We have not, Bill Freeman is the lead counsel on the ACLU litigation. He is the one we have been negotiating with. Okay. We are not aware of any of these conversations that he's had with North Coast County Water District, and it does not comport to what he has been saying to us. So I cannot confirm, or, frankly deny what is being said because we have not heard that. And that is different than what we have heard from Mr. Freeman in terms of his concerns with us moving this spot, in part because he's going to want to know why we can't move other spots. That is the issue is, if we're moving one spot, why aren't we moving other spots? In the event that other spots aren't approved by the Coastal Commission, I'm sure that he is going to expect that we find other spots for those as well. So there's a lot to deal with in terms of the ACLU litigation. And we do have a settlement agreement in place, and we do have threats from Mr. Freeman and the ACLU that if we were to uphold this appeal, that there could be potential litigation from them. So.
Okay, thank you. I think for myself, I really appreciate the effort coming from the water district, talking to the ACLU, talking with Anita Reese, suggesting the SFRV park, but I know we've tried that in the past before and they weren't very cooperative with us. I know that Anita and PRC did have a space there at one point. So I'm interested in that piece of the conversation that can maybe happen later. Is there any reason legally why we cannot continue the item?
Yes, I can speak to that. Legally, certainly it is within your discretion to continue the item. However, I would just like to reiterate that there is a legal threat from the ACLU that was presented additional legal risk to the city. If the item was continued, they could consider it potentially a violation of the settlement agreement by withholding that particular parking spot from being used as part of the program. So that decision would entail some legal risks to the city.
And I would add to that, Mayor Beer, that I did check in with Anita Reese today at the PRC, and there are currently 2 potential participants on the waiting list for the program. So I think that factors into the ACLU position about delaying this program further.
Okay, thank you.
I make a motion that we deny the appeal.
Second.
Okay, I think we need to discuss it for a little bit more before we vote on it, please.
Oh, no, that's fine. It's just nobody was really talking, so.
No.
I'll talk. I do appreciate the fact that the water district wants to work with us. I don't see where this parking spot interferes with any of their entrances, exits. It just eliminates a possible street parking spot. It is in the public right of way. It is wide enough. Like I said, I do appreciate that they're trying to find a solution. I think this could set a precedence, and I'm worried about that. I'm worried about the ACLU. We really don't need these lawsuits. We tried our best. We took a really long time going over every possible site in the city to find these spaces. We did not hide this from the public. It was publicized. People knew about it. Maybe we should have given direct notice to the water district, but it is on our public street. And I just feel like I've mentioned all of these facts the last time when we voted, and I worry about the repercussions of if we were to either extend or uphold the appeal. So I'm going to stop now.
Thank you for speaking up. I appreciate it.
And I'll speak. I'm finding this entire thing to be frustrating and difficult. I hear a lot of people saying how they want us to work together, and yet in the end of the day, each organization, and for that matter, each entity, each individual, will take action in its own best interest. And so while I had hoped that we were going to come to an amicable resolution, we still had legal action on the part of the North Coast County Water District. They needed to do what they needed to do for themselves, and that's what it's going to come down to in the end, always. So I don't know how else to approach this situation. We're literally in between a rock and a hard place. The question is, can we come together as people of goodwill and move forward together, or are we going to splinter into looking into our own interests and what we perceive the threat to be to our own business activity or our own location? I feel like the program overall is working. I think we're seeing a reduced amount of impact. I think the fear of what the impact of this program was going to be was greater than what the facts are bearing out. And the reality of the matter is we had a lawsuit, we have a settlement, and we have to follow through with that. And jeopardizing that action is a bigger threat than I'm willing to take on. And so if the most straightforward course of action to alleviate that larger threat is to deny the appeal, then that is the direction I'm afraid I need to go.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that was very well stated. That was very well and thoroughly stated. I have a slight glimmer of hope beyond it, that despite those actions taken by NCCWD, I still have every desire to work with them as possible. Again, I'm keeping my decision tonight to the merits of this specific appeal case. I appreciate that apparently they felt like they are defending their interests, and appreciating that I wish to do everything I can to work with them despite, which is why we set up an ad hoc to reach out to them, why I have every intention of following through with that and seeing what happens. And so I just wanted to say that while I thought that was a thorough and adept analysis, I see a glimmer of hope that hopefully can pull us past those realities.
Councilmember Vavilos.
I just wanted to add that this did go through the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission deliberated and they came to this decision. I always like to hear from the commissions and committees because they do a lot of the pre-work before it comes to us. And I just wanted to say I appreciate them too. And I do hope that we can work together with the water district in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, this whole thing has been frustrating from start to finish. Just the whole, even coming up with the program, and now trying to keep our program participants safe on the streets where we put them. And there's just been so many different things that we've had to deal with over the past few years around this. And it has always been my intent to collaborate with everyone, and especially with the water district, because I don't think we did a good job of that in the beginning. And I appreciate that we continued the item already. Yeah, it's a really hard one. I am bound and determined to work alongside the water district, the ad hoc committee. I was hoping we were going to be able to do some work before tonight. We weren't able to do that. I really want to get to work on that. Like that's probably the most important thing right now to me is that cooperation between our ad hoc committee and theirs, because we should not be adversaries. It just doesn't make any sense to me why we are. It really doesn't. And that part is super frustrating to me too, because I know the folks on the water district board and all of their admin care about our community as much as we do. And so it's been really hard. I hear my council members, I hear you loud and clear, but you know where I stand already. I think that I just really wanted to give this as much time as we possibly could to work alongside the water district. And that is still how I feel tonight. And so that's where I'm at. And I don't know if I have much else to say. Does anyone else have anything else they'd like to add?
Call the question.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if we could have the maker of the motion make the entire recommended action that's in the agenda packet on page 320.
Thanks, Christian.
Okay, let me just go to that. Hold on a minute.
You know what? I have it in front of me. Do you want me to just go ahead? Or that would be out of order?
Yeah, it's out of order.
Okay.
Mike, you are on mute.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Move to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of Coastal Development Permit CDP 43722 and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, by adopting the resolution included as attachment A, including conditions of approval in Exhibit A to the resolution.
And I continue with my second.
And with the motion made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas, we'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
No.
And the motion passes 4-1 with the no by Mayor Beer.
Okay. Move forward to our next item, which is item 11, introduction of an ordinance to enact a new Article 52 outdoor commercial permits, to amend section 9-4.2308, commercial and industrial uses outside structures. And we have Christian Murdoch and Bonnie O'Connor with us tonight to present.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Again, I am Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. The item before you is a proposed outdoor commercial permit ordinance to establish regulations to allow outdoor commercial use and non-permanent structures within the public right-of-way or outdoor areas for commercial activity as a tool for economic development and to encourage a sense of community. Next slide, please. To provide some background on this ordinance, in June 2020, the city manager issued an emergency order relating to the operation of outdoor commercial activities in the public right-of-way and on private properties during the period of a local emergency due to COVID-19. This order, which was ratified by the City Council at a regular City Council meeting on June 8, 2020, enabled many businesses to survive the economic impact of the pandemic. Since June 2020, approximately 30 businesses have participated in the temporary COVID-19 outdoor activities permit program. Next slide, please. In August 2021, City Council held a study session regarding next steps for outdoor commercial activities. In response to the study session, Council provided the following direction to staff. Support for the use of the public right-of-way, inclusive types of covered businesses, a hybrid permitting approach which should encourage business-to-business coordination, recognizing existing outdoor activity licenses, the setting of density for outdoor activity permits, and hour and day limitations for live entertainment. Next slide, please. In November 2021, City Council held a second study session to review collected community data and to receive further council and to provide further direction to staff. In response to the study session, Council provided the following direction to staff. The ordinance should allow that parklets in the public right-of-way should be available to the public. Density standards should be developed for parklets in the public right-of-way. The city should develop pre-approved specs and designs to improve aesthetics, and that staff should conduct conversations with the Coastal Commission. Next slide, please. The ordinance as drafted would benefit commercial businesses by allowing a business or a group of businesses to conduct commercial activities in one of the four scenarios, including in public property scenarios, such as a parking lane of a public right-of-way, and a sidewalk of a public right-of-way, shown on this slide. Next slide, please. Private property scenarios include off-street parking space areas on private property and existing paved or solid surface areas on private property, which do not provide off-street parking spaces. And examples are shown on this slide. Next slide, please. The proposed hybrid process is detailed here. Step 0 would be required for potential applicants seeking an area in the parking lane of the public right-of-way, and this is when the council encouraged coordination between business owners would occur to avoid appeals. Steps 1 through 8 would apply to all other permit types. This process allows for the applicant to apply, staff to review the materials, the planning director to take action based on the findings, staff to send notice of the approval, and to provide an appeal period, then allowing the applicant to seek an encroachment permit if necessary. And then the process would need to be renewed annually. This process is designed after the city's special event permitting process. Next slide, please. The ordinance would establish general provisions for the permits, including eligible commercial uses, including retail restaurants, fast food restaurants, personal services, art galleries and instructional studios for dance and arts or crafts, offices, churches, and health and fitness clubs. All other commercial uses shall not be eligible for the outdoor commercial permit. As I will discuss later in the presentation, staff is recommending that the City Council modify this list to include bars. The ordinance provides a maximum of 1 outdoor commercial permit per business sponsor, which may apply for a public right-of-way or private property location and not both. The outdoor commercial permit is valid for 1 year and must be renewed annually. Next slide, please. General provisions of the permit include that the space must contain ADA accessible features, that the use of the space must comply with ABC regulations, that only uses and hours consistent with the principal use of the permittees may be allowed and shall be further limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that live entertainment with amplified and non-amplified sounds may be allowed between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. on Thursdays and noon to 8 p.m. on Friday through Saturdays and federal holidays. The ordinance also limits all sources of sound so that they're not audible on 175 feet from the limits of the designated outdoor commercial area. Next slide, please. Additional provisions are identified depending on the scenario of the permit. Public right-of-way provisions include the requirement for an encroachment permit, that the space must be open and accessible to the public at all times, that it may not block or interrupt bike lanes, that it requires entering into a license agreement with the city. For the parking lane scenario, 1 parking lane space may be permitted on a segment of street between two abutting intersecting streets and shall be issued on a first come, first served basis. Also for the parking lane scenario, setbacks from travel lanes, driveways, abutting parking spaces, and controlled intersections must be adhered to. And that driveway, red curbs, accessible parking spaces, and accessible paths of travel shall not be blocked. Green and white curbs or inactive driveways will be considered on a case-by-case basis. For the sidewalk scenario, the sidewalk must maintain a 4-foot passageway on the sidewalk, and no structures may be built on the sidewalk. Next slide, please. Additional private property provisions include that the outdoor commercial area must be continuous to the permittee's tenant space unless otherwise authorized by the property owner, that the outdoor commercial area must be located on an existing level, paved, or solid surface. For the off-street parking area scenario, no more than 2 off-street parking spaces or more than 10% of the total on-site parking spaces, whichever is greater, may be blocked. That accessible parking spaces, accessible paths of travel, and electrical vehicle charging stations may not be blocked. And that setbacks from parking spaces, driveways, and travel lanes abutting the parking spaces shall be adhered to. Next slide, please. Other provisions include no parking exception would be required for on-street parking spaces blocked by the outdoor commercial permit. No variances will be available for this permit. If standards cannot be met, applicants can pursue other permits for outdoor commercial use. The permit must comply with the Coastal Act. Outdoor commercial areas will likely be considered development. Staff is suggesting that we process an umbrella CDP at a future hearing to address Coastal Act requirements for the outdoor commercial permits that will fit within an umbrella CDP. That issued temporary COVID-19 outdoor activity permit holders will have 6 months from the effective date of this ordinance to obtain an outdoor commercial permit. That the permittee is responsible for development, relocation if needed, and removal of all furniture and structures within the outdoor commercial area. And that the permittee has no vested rights or ownership interest in the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission recommended ordinance did not include bars as an eligible commercial use for the outdoor commercial permit ordinance. Staff recommends that the City Council include this modification in the introduction of this ordinance. Staff inadvertently left this use out, and the addition of this use would be consistent with the Council's desire to have an inclusive list of uses to be considerate of the existing temporary COVID-19 outdoor activity permittees, which of at least one would be considered a bar, and to be consistent with recent state regulations that have provided more flexibility to the ABC provisions of how and where alcohol can be sold and consumed. If the City Council does incorporate this modification, staff would recommend that the council refer the modification ordinance back to the Planning Commission for a report and recommendation in accordance with the Pacifica Municipal Code prior to City Council adoption of the ordinance. Next slide, please. Additionally, staff prepared design guidelines to establish standards for development. These guidelines would be adopted by the City Council, but the guidelines would not be codified into the Pacifica Municipal Code. The standards include drainage standards, parklet engineering standards, structure height maximums, structure design provisions, electrical provisions, and fire provisions. At this meeting, council is being asked to review this document for comments and feedback. Staff will return with a resolution for consideration and adoption at the same future hearing when the outdoor commercial permit ordinance is being adopted to ensure the documents do not become inconsistent. Next slide, please. Council directed staff to create a flat fee for the permit. The creation of a flat fee requires justification from a time and resource consuming cost allocation study to establish a new fee line in the master fee schedule. Staff recommends using the city's existing planning/engineering hourly rate and establish a maximum hourly deposit for this permit, recommending that a permit for a parking lane in the public right-of-way outdoor commercial permit has a maximum of 10 hours deposit fee, which is equivalent to $2,380 under the current master fee schedule, and that all other commercial permits require a maximum of 6 hours deposit, which is the equivalent of $1,428. Since the fee will be considered a deposit, any remaining funds not used for the processing of the permit would be returned to the applicant. Any cost that would exceed the maximum hourly deposit would be absorbed by the city. Appeals to the Planning Commission and City Council likely would exceed the maximum hourly deposit. The maximum deposit only applies to the outdoor commercial permit. At this meeting, council is being asked to comment and provide feedback on the fee proposal. Staff will return with a resolution for consideration and adoption at the same future hearing when the outdoor commercial permit ordinance is being adopted. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. And again, Commissioner Greg Wright is present tonight as the Planning Commission liaison for this item. Thank you so much.
And Madam Mayor, before moving on, I do just want to clarify one point that Senior Planner O'Connor made in her presentation. As the slide reflected and as the staff report reflects, the Planning Commission's recommendation was to allow amplified and unamplified sound on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and federal holidays, not simply Friday and Saturday, I think as was stated in the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian and Bonnie. Do we have any questions before going to public comment?
I have a question and I actually can't find it. I thought I read earlier that they need to get something to the effect of a structural engineer to come out and verify that the parklet was viable. And I'm sorry, I cannot find it in any of these pages at the moment. But was that part of the ordinance?
So what I believe what you're referring to is that in the outdoor commercial permit guidelines, there is standards that parklets have a design to withstand a force of 500 pounds. So for the parklet design, it will need to be engineered to withstand, potential sizable impacts, and that's for safety reasons. But that is just applicable to parklets within the public right-of-way or parklets within private property that are created on private property as well. So I believe that's what you're referring to.
So in existing parklets, they would need to go out and get the engineer to make sure that it's proper, even though they've already had them there for some time?
Yes, so the current parklets that exist now, there's two that are currently in use. One is in front of Breakers and one of them is in front of Grape in the Fog. Grape in the Fog currently uses a metal fence that's very movable and not probably going to meet this standard. The one in front of Breakers has a larger orange barricade that will need to be reviewed to see if they meet those standards.
Thank you.
Member Beckmeyer.
So I don't know if this is where you were going with your question, Suvi, but I'm concerned about fees, and I wanted to ask Senior Planner O'Connor if you could please go back over the either or scenario that was in the presentation on the city fees that would be charged to applicants. Because I'm thinking additively, what is the city fee? What is a structural engineer fee? Is there an architect fee? Like, how much is it going to cost a business potentially to have a parklet? That's kind of what my line of thinking is.
So we haven't calculated the cost of what it may cost to create a parklet that meets these standards. What I presented is just the processing fee, and the idea of just collecting a deposit of a maximum amount using our current fee schedule. And recognizing that parklets within the public right-of-way will require a little bit more review and a little bit more staff time and inter-department coordination to make sure that it's safely located and appropriately constructed. This is all outside of potential encroachment fee, which are estimated to be, $500-ish, and construction fees and fees for a CDP if it's in the coastal zone. If it's in the coastal zone, however, we are suggesting that we come back at a later date and create an umbrella CDP to save those costs from the individual applicants, and in the effort to kind of capture as many applicants within the coastal zone as we can to relieve them of that cost.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I think it would be good for us to be able to see it all, to see all the numbers, so we can really get a good idea of what it would cost our businesses. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologize. I was probably reading this toward the end of the night, and so my brain was getting lost in some of the nuance. When it comes to the bit about the bars, if we include bars as a part of the list of eligible commercial uses before we adopt this as an ordinance, we'll then need to send it back to Planning Commission to weigh in on that. Is that what this says?
Close. So what our plan would be is if you choose to incorporate bars this evening as part of your introduction, we would be able to present this modification to Planning Commission. Our desire is to do that at their next meeting on October 3rd to get their recommendation of this modification in time for you to look at the adoption of the ordinance on the same track that you would without the modification, which would be at your next meeting, the second Monday of October.
So we'd be approving the ordinance tonight, but we'd be modifying it on October 10th.
You would be introducing the ordinance tonight. We would be getting Planning Commission's recommendation for the modification on October 3rd. And then we would be hoping that you would adopt the ordinance at the next city council meeting.
So, just to clarify that planning specialist O'Connor is correct. But just to clarify, you would be modifying the ordinance tonight to include bars into the ordinance that you are introducing. What we are allowed to do, because the Planning Commission does have to consider it before you adopt it, but you're not adopting it tonight. You are just introducing it. So we are going to introduce it tonight. If the council is, agrees with that amendment, and then between now and our next meeting, our first meeting in October, we would be sending this to the Planning Commission to get their consideration of this amendment so that you will have their determination of this amendment or their consideration of it prior to your first meeting in October.
So, Michelle, generally speaking, this would be on consent for the next meeting after we introduce it tonight, correct?
Yes, that's generally our practice. We don't have to do it that way. If the council would like to bring it back as a consideration item, we can do that. But the normal practice would be, you would introduce it tonight with this change. We would just send it to the Planning Commission. They would consider it. They don't have to approve it. They just need to consider it. Mm-hmm. Once they consider it and give you their thoughts on it, then you can move forward. And if you want to keep that amendment as you've introduced it, you would just adopt it. Or if you want to take it out, we would just reintroduce it and we'd have an extra 2 weeks before you could actually adopt it.
And so if Planning Commission were to give it their blessing, it would wind up on consent on October 10th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, unlike the normal consent calendar report on an ordinance adoption, you would just have some additional information on there where staff will input what the Planning Commission's recommendation and analysis of that particular topic was. So you'll have that to consider before you make your vote on whether to adopt or to amend the ordinance as introduced.
Thank you very much. And then the other point of clarification I was looking for from Senior Planner O'Connor. If I read this correctly, the 10 businesses that are still working off of the old permissions to be outdoors, they'll have 6 months to apply for this after we adopt it. And they kind of get first choice of first right of refusal.
Yes, the only permit scenarios that are kind of in competition, for lack of a better word, would be the ones that are within the parking lane scenario of the public right-of-way. And so those applicants would be considered, first in the first come, first serve scenario. All other applications are not in a competitive kind of situation where they can come at their leisure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Christian, you had mentioned the music for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. What are the hours of music permitted? I didn't catch that.
Those hours differ depending on the day. I will pull up those hours momentarily. So the allowance for amplified sound on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and federal holidays is 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. And it's further limited on Thursdays. I'm looking for that figure right now. 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Thursdays.
4 to 8 p.m. on Thursdays. Okay. And then if we do the bar thing, does that mean they will be able to serve outdoors till 2 a.m.?
No, there are two factors that would limit the hours of operation for a bar or any other outdoor commercial permitted activity. The first would be the customary hours of operation for the permitted business or businesses. And then if they extend beyond the general hours of operation, Ms. O'Connor, if you could state those, but there are overall, beginning and ending maximum hours of operation for these types of facilities.
And those are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, good. All right, no, that answers my question. Thank you.
That's a good.
And Madam Mayor, before moving on, I understand the council is looking for a combined picture of costs. It will take us some time perhaps to pull that together. But with respect to building permit fees, I looked at probably what I think is the most comparable type of permit that we've issued for a patio cover, for example. That would be a small, light frame type of construction. And the permit fees for those appear to range somewhere from $500 to $1,000 for the building permit plan review and permit fees. So you would have that amount plus the encroachment permit amount that I think Senior Planner O'Connor stated at approximately $500, plus the fee, if any, imposed by the City Council for the processing of the outdoor commercial permit. We don't have any insight into the expense that it would cost for the contractor or the architect or the engineer to prepare the plans or for the construction to occur for those types of improvements.
And to that point, if I could add, it occurred to me, I wanted to mention, but be reminded by Senior Planner O'Connor or Director Murdoch, as part of our ARPA funding related to economic development efforts, I think we discussed the idea of borrowing or generating boilerplate plans for parklets as a way to save costs for businesses should they choose to use those. The model being similar efforts have been done for ADUs in the region. So if Ms. O'Connor could remind us how and when that process would play out.
Yes, that was previously discussed, and there was money in our department's budget set aside for that particular use. In addition to the creation of this ordinance. While we've used a portion of that funding to create this ordinance, we do have some remaining that we can push forward towards getting those specs. I think our desire was to get an idea from council of what specs would be, getting an understanding of the general provisions that council would be interested in supporting, and then seeking out a design within those.
Along that vein, when we do the boilerplate plans, I would like to see the ability of the business owner to customize. Because like I was up in San Francisco and there was a fish restaurant and their outdoor thing looked like a boat. You know what I mean? And, it just looked, Chinese would look like maybe a pagoda or something, whatever. And I was just thinking it would be nice if we could have this, it has to be this, but does allow customization for the type of business it might be.
Sure, Councilmember O'Neill, that's certainly something we can keep in mind. I think there's a fine line between following a standard plan that doesn't require any further review and then having to pay that architect or engineer to confirm that that modification to their plan is acceptable. And there are limitations in state law about deviating from plans that are approved by a licensed design professional. And so we'll have to weigh the pros and cons and perhaps advise applicants on what their options are, perhaps to individually engage the engineer or architect in question to make those customizations.
Right. Well, I just thought it'd be nice to have that as like an option for the business owner.
I think we might want to go to public comment. Then we can come back.
Mayor Beer, I do not see any hands raised.
Give it just another minute or two.
And Mayor Beer, while we're waiting to see if anyone raises a hand for public comment, I do want to also emphasize that Senior Planner O'Connor, prior to the Planning Commission hearing, as well as prior to tonight's hearing, did email the contact list of businesses that were engaged previously with respect to the temporary activity permit program, so that we could keep those business operators engaged and informed on this activity.
Thank you. And I don't see any hands, so we will close public comment. Right, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing particularly substantive to add, but I was really happy with the way we proactively engaged the Coastal Commission. And it was really nice to see that we're making the effort to be more collaborative and more proactive. And one of many instances to come, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I just had a question. It goes along the lines of what Mike was saying before. I just don't want to get into deliberation, but it's really a design versus, I guess, structural question. I've seen a lot of parklets that had fairly generic, walls and floor, if you will, but they did a lot with interesting lighting inside of the parklet area. Would that be within the scope of what we're envisioning being possible in Pacifica? I just don't know, how to compare what I see in other communities with what might fall within the scope of what we're planning on doing here. So when I've seen lighting like hanging inside of a structure, interior lighting inside of the parklet, and that really, to me, that's more of like a design thing. Although obviously the electrical is a, permitting thing. But am I going in the right direction with that? Is that possible to include?
That is possible. That is beyond the level of detail that we got into our design guidelines. We just identified that lighting shall be provided, to ensure that the space is safe during evening hours. But it will be up to the parklet developer, how they might want to make that come alive.
And Councilmember Beckmeyer, those details are on packet page 413 under guideline number C11. I think of note, ensuring safety, but ensuring also that it doesn't cause glare for surrounding businesses or residents. And then there are some technical limitations on the source of power. So combustion engine generators, for example, are not allowed, but other types of battery sources, for example, would be allowed.
Well, I sure am glad this is coming to fruition. Oh, everyone's hands went up at the same time. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just going to ask if Greg Wright had anything to, Commissioner Wright, had anything to add to the conversation.
I'd be happy to give you a summary of what we deliberated about at Planning Commission. We had a number of concerns that staff has incorporated into their suggestions. One of our concerns was by allowing only one per block that we were negating the possibility of people doing it on the other side of the street. That was one of our discussion points. We also wanted to ensure equal access to all businesses and open communication between them all, so everybody else on the block would know what's going on. Other issues of concern we addressed were the limits on the hours, ADA concerns, safety, maintaining the 4-foot clearance on the sidewalk, not obstructing emergency vehicle access lanes, securing and the storing in off hours, not creating tripping hazards, the hours of operation, proper illuminations. And once we had considered and addressed those issues, then we moved ahead with our approval. I'll be interested to reconsider a recommended change by you for bars, I think that oversight could be certainly welcomed.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Baldwin.
I know you said I was going to talk about the bars. Could we add that, or does it automatically have to go back? I know you talked about this and that it has to go back to planning, but we couldn't just add it now.
You can add it now. That's what we're recommending that you do add it into your introduction of the ordinance. It will still have to go back to Planning Commission. While staff intended that used to be included in the eligible list, it wasn't, and it wasn't clear in the record that that was a clear consideration of theirs. So we want to make sure that that's addressed for the record, and we believe we can do that without affecting the overall timeline.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone. So we do need a motion.
And Mayor Beer, while the council's considering making a motion, I just want to note that the recommended action in the staff report has a typo. And so it may be easier to read the first bullet at the top of the agenda, which is on packet page 5 and 6. There's just a redundant part of a sentence that might be confusing if read in the body of the report.
Okay. I'll make the motion. On page 5, move to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager. Wrong. Sorry. Never mind. My pages are all over the place. Mike, go ahead.
I'm trying to find it. For some reason, I'm having a hard time finding it.
So the motion would be introduction of an ordinance as amended to include bars to enact a new Article 52, outdoor commercial permits. And then the rest as stated in the staff report.
So moved.
Second.
And with the motion as stated as amended by Councilmember Vaterlas, seconded by Councilmember O'Neill, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Hey, thank you, everybody. We'll move on. Oh, Christian.
Madam Mayor, there are 3 components to the proposed action on this item. The council graciously has addressed the first bullet. I'm not sure if I heard consensus on the second or third bullets with respect to the guidelines themselves. Perhaps there's no further discussion on that point. But additionally, it did seem like there were some questions about the deposit cap, if the council needs to discuss that further, or if the consensus is we're set with the recommendation in the report, we can move on.
Thank you for that. Do we need any further discussion on either of those?
I wouldn't mind having that the cap on, because they are it just seemed like they're gonna be spending quite a bit of money. So I would like to make the cap the smaller, 1,400. I really have paper all over. I don't usually have paper. I do today.
Councilmember Vaterlas, that would be setting the fee for all types of outdoor commercial permits at 6 hours of staff time based on the annual adopted fee schedule for planning and engineering staff time.
Thank you.
Was the other option 10 hours of staff time? And then we'd give them back money if it didn't hit the mark?
So in all instances, we would provide a refund of any unused deposit. The staff recommendation was to reflect a higher number of hours, 10 hours, for those types of outdoor commercial permits in the parking lane of the public right-of-way. Those are, in staff's assessment, more complicated. They require interdepartmental coordination, for example, with Public Works, as well as confirming the outreach that was conducted with the multiple businesses on a block. And so correspondingly, we identified additional hours of processing time. But that's at the council's discretion. We set this up with the aim of capturing all of the anticipated staff time, which is consistent with the council's direction for full cost recovery for processing of all types of permits processed by the planning department.
Personally, I'd rather err on the side of caution to make sure we recoup all fees, knowing that we're going to be refunding whatever is not needed. Because the staff report seems to indicate that it's going to be a major pain if later we need to amend this. And so I think 2,400, I mean, I don't know, I'm not a business owner, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but 2,400 doesn't seem like a huge stretch if it's going to pay for actual costs and the difference is going to be refunded.
Senior Planner O'Connor, can you share your thoughts on the cost considerations for the periodic renewals of the permits? Is it such that as long as nothing's changing, we would essentially reuse all the prior information and it would be a very minimal cost? But in any case, can you elaborate on that for the council?
Yeah. So this being a new process, it's hard to say. I would envision, just as I think Tina or previous Director Warmeister expressed to you before, we have these types of permits that we process administratively that become easier and easier to process every year. For example, our pumpkin patch permit. We anticipate that in the future, as these are renewed, that they will become a very low level of effort, and probably maybe we can recommend a lower deposit in the future for renewal. But I think we are hoping to have the experience to recommend that.
So Sue Varlas, I'm sorry, through the mayor. Can you live with a 6 hour for the one type and 10 hour for the other type? I forgot about the difference between the right of way and the need to coordinate with engineering in DPW and all that, the engineering department. What do you think?
Yes, because it seems like consensus is going to go in that direction. I just, $1,000 for this person and $500 for that person and $2,400 for that one. And we're trying to have positive economic development here, which these parklets do provide. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to refund the difference, mm-hmm. I'll go ahead with that.
I will agree with your train of thought, though, Councilman Varlas. Because we don't want to put up all these blockades, right, for our...
That's funny.
Madam Mayor, in the interest of full disclosure with respect to fees, however, in the event an appeal is filed, for example, and it exceeds the amount, there potentially could be additional funds required to process in that instance.
Would the appellant have to pay the, what is it, $600 something to appeal this?
So I'm not aware currently of a fee that the city council has adopted to appeal an administrative decision of the planning director. So it would be my opinion that very likely it would be a no fee appeal in the first instance. Then an appeal of the planning commission's determination would then be subject to the ordinary appeal fee to city council.
So no fee to planning, but to us, there would be the $600 something fee.
Correct. Whatever it's set by the city council each year. Correct.
so we're going to move forward with it as is. Council? Yeah, that's.
Do you need a motion?
Need another
you need a motion for the other two things?
In my opinion, no. And City Attorney Kenyon can confirm if she feels differently.
No, there's no motion needed as long as the city manager and planning director feel like they've gotten enough direction.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Okay, item number 12 is a consideration item. Update on returning to in-person city council and city committee commission meetings. We're going to hear an update about the status of the pandemic and confirm. Oh, we're going to just hear from City Manager Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beer, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'll be brief on the introduction of this item. It's really on the agenda because months ago, the council had decided and directed that we would remain 100% virtual via Zoom for council, commission, and committee meetings through the end of September and return to in-person meetings beginning with the October 10th, I believe, first regular city council meeting in October. And wanted to have the opportunity for the council to discuss and confirm that direction remains the same. The status of the pandemic, of course, the pandemic still exists. Folks are still getting COVID, but it's significantly less in San Mateo County right now. Hospitalizations are down. Additional boosters are available. The serious threat of health risk has been reduced. So optimistic about heading in the right direction. That doesn't mean that one can't still get COVID and have to isolate and or miss a meeting. However, as previously discussed, the council's direction was to head back to in-person meetings with continuing our telephone in hybrid method for public comment on agenda items beginning October 10th. And that's what the council is here to discuss and confirm.
I'm assuming the remodel will be finished by then.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember O'Neill. Unless Director Peterson indicates differently, we expect that most of the components of the remodel will be done. The window replacements are not back ordered, but just delayed due to supply chain. But painting and carpeting and furniture and electrical, et cetera, will be completed, I do believe, before October 10th. And if Director Peterson doesn't come online to state differently, then that means that that's the case. Uh-oh.
Yes, thank you for that. That is the goal. We did send out and sign the PO for the carpeting. So assuming everything, comes in when it should, that is what we're still looking at. And as City Manager Woodhouse said, the windows are a couple months out.
A little at a time. Let's go to public comment.
Give it a moment, Mayor Pierre.
Thank you.
There are no hands.
Thank you. We can close public comment and bring it back to council.
I'm okay going back October 10th.
So am I. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we need a motion.
I move that we go back to in-person meetings starting on October the 10th.
Second.
With the motion by Councilmember Vaterlos and a second by Councilmember O'Neill to go back to in-person meetings starting October 10th, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. We're going to adjourn our meeting at 10:18 in memory of
Good night.
Pius Garcia. Good night.